Prime Minister then. Of course, all of us in some ways know that that was just a political point, because that is why the Prime Minister also made it a point to call him one of the most accomplished leaders of independent India. And while he could have been an accidental Prime Minister, his legacy leaves a very strong imprint on our economic policies and also several aspects of governance.
In fact, let's talk a little bit about that. Let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who joins us from the Mumbai Congress office. As Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was celebrated for initiatives like the Right to Information Act that defines so much of transparency in this country. Many say that a lot more needs to be done. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, Manrega, also the India-US Civil Nuclear Deal. His passing is a significant loss to both Indian politics and economics. And some of the policies have come to define what a modern India is. Where you are today is a reflection of, is there a reflection, Anuj, of some of his policies, some of his politics? Are people talking about his legacy at the Congress office, where you are at in Mumbai?
More than Mumbai, it's very interesting that the kind of relationship that Prime Minister Singh has had with Maharashtra during his tenure, not just as the two-term Prime Minister of the country, but also as a finance minister, has been very important and crucial. Right, we've had several leaders here who have represented, or have held important portfolios under him, ranging from important portfolios like agriculture to even Minister of State, and have later served as heads of state here in Maharashtra. But the policies which you named are very closely linked or related to the lives of hundreds of thousands of farmers and laborers in the more depressed parts of the state. When you talk about Maharashtra, right, there are regions like Vidarbha, there are regions like central Maharashtra, where the lack of agricultural development and the erratic nature of rainfall had been the major source of stress for a lot of farmers and daily wage workers. And especially when the unemployment was at its peak, we had these policies make sure that there is at least some amount of income that families and women and laborers are able to make in places like Marathwada and Vidarbha, as I've reiterated earlier. Besides that, right to information, we are standing here in Mumbai, and Mumbai is one of the hubs for RTI activists. And RTI activists, they make sure that the judicial cases and the proceedings kind of speed up, and it's completely based on facts. And a huge credit for that, of course, has to be given to Dr. Manmohan Singh as well. And this is what not just the common people here are saying, but also the likes of Prithviraj Chavan, someone who's worked under him as a Minister of State. He was in the PMO and was later shifted and made a lateral entry into electoral politics, as then he went on to become the Chief Minister of the state, especially at a time when Maharashtra was, the Congress party and the Congress government here in Maharashtra was under huge pressure. Not just them, but we've also got organizations on the right wing of the spectrum and leaders like Devendra Fadnavis, who have politically always been opposing the likes of Manmohan Singh and his associates. But since yesterday, we've seen that tributes have come in from these leaders who've talked about his contribution in different sectors of lives of people here in Maharashtra, not just through Manrega or Right to Information, but also as a very able finance minister, and then as a Prime Minister with a very socialist intent.
All right, just in case you are tuning in, a reminder to our viewers of what's going on. Dr. Manmohan Singh, India's former Prime Minister, has died at the age of 92. He passed away last night at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He was recognized as one of India's greatest economists. His contributions to India's economic framework were profound and transformative. Before his political career, Dr. Manmohan Singh held several key economic roles, including Governor of the Reserve Bank of India. His most celebrated achievement came in 1991 when, as Finance Minister under P.V. Narasimha Rao, then Prime Minister, he spearheaded the process or the start of India's economic transition, liberalization. This liberalization dismantled the license Raj. It reduced bureaucratic red tape. It opened up the markets to foreign investment. It laid the groundwork for India's economic boom. As Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was celebrated for initiatives like the Right to Information Act, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, Manrega, and the landmark India-US Civil Nuclear Deal, which transformed the relationship between India and the United States, which was till then an adversary in a sense. His passing is a significant loss to both Indian politics and economics, with tributes coming in from leaders across the political spectrum, acknowledging his role in shaping India's modern economy. India is observing a 7-day mourning period in his honor. Dr. Manmohan Singh will be cremated tomorrow. I'm joined now by Aditi Fadnis and Liz Matthew. Aditi, let me come to you first. You've had the opportunity of covering Dr. Manmohan Singh very closely for several decades. We'll talk about his politics later on, but is there any... But just be with me for a moment. I'm joined now by Praful Patel on the phone line. Thanks, Mr. Patel, very much for being with us. Your thoughts at the passing of Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Well, it's a sad day for the nation and, of course, for me personally, too. I've had the great honor and privilege of working for 10 years under his leadership. And I can say with a great sense of pride and certainty that he was one of the tallest leaders, as I would say the tallest prime ministers India has ever produced. He's redefined the Indian landscape. We, from 91 till today, what we have achieved is remarkable, and his contribution will always be the lion's share and remembered for generations to come. If there's one way India could have transformed, it was economically. There's no answer to poverty, to unemployment, to any other problems of the country until and unless we progress economically. And that's exactly what he did, and the results are for all of us to see.
You were Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Patel, at a time when India's economy was very much in the middle of this process of liberalization. Dr. Manmohan Singh would obviously have interacted with you quite closely. Could you tell us or share with our viewers some of his impressions on how the revival of aviation in India, which you spearheaded in a sense, was an essential part of the India growth story?
Well, of course, every part of the economy had to move in sync. And I was given the responsibility of aviation by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And I remember a month and a half or so into my tenure, I had prepared a master plan of the various components of the sector and how we should progress and move step by step. And he took a very detailed presentation. Normally, Prime Minister to give more than 3 hours for a minister on a subject. It's not normally done, but he took the entire presentation, understood all the moving parts, and told me, give me a day or two and I will come back to you. And sure he did. And then he gave me a go-ahead on most of the things which I had proposed. And 1 or 2 things he says, we can defer for a little time and we'll take this on step 2. And once the go-ahead was given, then there was no looking back. He trusted his ministers. He trusted people who could deliver. And that was, I would say, a very, very, very big support to anyone working in the government. You see, the Prime Minister is fully behind you. And I think he had that understanding of the economy, of various subjects which needed attention. Aviation was one of them. And that's why one could see the huge transformation. In spite of the left party, 64 MPs at that time in the UPA 1, we could privatize airports where all the unions were of the left parties.
Yeah.
We could liberalize the skies. We could open up, give newer licenses, and whatever boom you see today, a large part of that foundation of airports, of airlines, of more planes coming in, there's the international liberalization. All that happened because the person who's heading the government gave his fullest support.
Yeah.
And I think not only for that, I would say, he had a quiet way of working. People sometimes would feel, is he in control? Is he not in control? Is there some other force behind him? That was not the case. He was a very strong man, very committed, very humble, and that is why sometimes misunderstood. But I can tell you, he had a great command over the government. He is one of the key examples of that would be the Indo-US nuclear deal, that too in UPA 1, where the government was itself at risk and peril of collapsing because of the left parties opposing the deal. But his conviction was there. He made sure that he stood by it because he realized, and I had one conversation with him and I asked him, sir, are we going to see this through, or is it the end of the government? I mean, it was more in a lighter vein, but he said, Praful, this is something which India needs, and this will propel us into the next league of the nations standing in the world. And I think he was right, and certainly time and history has proved that India has moved forward, and our relations with the rest of the world, our economy, and now being the fifth largest economy in the world is something where a large part of the foundation was laid by people of his stature and wisdom. That is something we as Indians should never forget, and maybe our future generations may not remember directly, but he will be one of the key contributors for their future, and that is something we should all pride ourselves in.
Mr. Patel, thank you very much for joining us, speaking to us. Aditi Fadnis, let me come across to you. I was just about to ask you when Praful Patel joined the line, is there any personal memory of his that strikes you at this stage?
Oh, yes, so many. The strongest personal memory I have is of 2004, when the Congress actually came to power, and Dr. Manmohan Singh was named Prime Minister by Sonia Gandhi in the Central Hall at that tumultuous meeting. After that, we all went to his house, and at that time it was too early still for the house to get security. So we could actually walk right in. And there, Mrs. Manmohan Singh was, for a brief moment, alone. So I asked her, Mrs. Kaur, your husband is going to become the Prime Minister now. What do you think of him? She said he doesn't speak much, but I know he will be a good Prime Minister, and I know he will bring prices down. Then I asked her, when you have a fight with him, who does the making up?
Right.
Because that, to me, illustrates the power of the balance of power in a relationship. So she smiled and she said, oh, he always does. In many ways, that appreciation of Dr. Manmohan Singh is the man himself. Few know about his role in politics, and the crucial role he played in 2002 when he had joined the Congress, and the Congress was on the verge of forming a government in Jammu and Kashmir, but there was a tussle between Ghulam Nabi Azad and Mufti Muhammad Saeed. And he was the one who first suggested that they could have 2 terms each of, alternatively. And that was the first time this experiment was ever tried in India. So he could understand that both leaders had a stake, both were important leaders, both needed to have a voice in the government at the top level. So how to achieve that without, annoying the other one? And as a matter of fact, that was perhaps one of the few times the experiment really worked well, because Mufti Muhammad Said did actually yield in favor of Ghulam Nabi Azad.
Aditi, as journalists, we used to often talk about the remote control for the Manmohan Singh government, UPA 1 and 2, coming from elsewhere, from Sonia Gandhi's residence. How true was that in hindsight?
Some of the signals were definitely coming, but there were a lot of things on which Dr. Manmohan Singh was very determined and very clear he would not yield. And one of them was the who should head the Reserve Bank of India. He was absolutely clear that the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister alone will decide who that person should be. In his view, that was an absolutely key position in the economic management of the country. and he, having been governor himself, he understood the role that Dr. Manmohan Singh was actually swimming in a sea of sharks. And I
Right.
have to say that he navigated those waters very, very deftly.
Liz, how was Dr. Manmohan Singh less interested in the inner politics of the Congress party? And there were plenty of that. There was plenty of that. And more about the business of running the government.
Yes, Vishnu, you are right, but actually, two things I want to say here. One is that, he, taking cue from what Abhiti just said, that, whenever he felt that he was convinced of certain things, he would put his foot down. And I remember, when we met him during a book release at Panchpadi, when I asked him about, there were this allegations of, the too much interventions and all. So then, and also the the allegations of charges of his government being weak and all. So he said, actually that line, not exactly that history will test me. He's told me that you will see, you in your lifetime will see that I am right. That is one thing. And also, that when the left was opposing to the nuclear deal, Dr. Singh said that if left wants to withdraw it, so be it. So he did not care whether the government will fall or so. In fact, he made his own trustworthy people to talk to Samajwadi Party and ensure that the government had kind of, surveyed that July 18's flow test that time. The second thing, a lot of people think that, his relationship with the Congress or the Gandhi family, started in 2002. But actually, if he was very close to Rajiv Gandhi, and Rajiv Gandhi wanted him to be part of his government if they were coming to power. When Mr. Chandrasekhar was the Prime Minister, there was an allegation inside Parliament he raised against Dr. Singh that, he had shown the secret report of IMF to Rajiv Gandhi, who was the leader of the Congress, which was supporting his government, instead of showing it to the Prime Minister and the government. So their relationship also, I have seen, how even when other leaders were used to maybe not very respectful of Dr. Singh, I have heard stories about, cabinet meetings, where, some veteran leaders used to make fun of him. But, I have seen, in the party meetings and how Sonia Gandhi used to ensure that Manmohan Singh is respected. Even one simple example, in an AICC meeting, I remember seeing, I think it was in Hyderabad, Sonia Gandhi pulling out these pillows there, and giving it to Dr. Singh, because there was only one, to support him at his place. Sonia Gandhi pulled out hers and give it to him. So Sonia Gandhi, I have seen, in the body language, always used to be very sure that Dr. Singh, and we have, you also have just shown this visuals of Sonia Gandhi showing the manifesto of party UPA too, and hiding her own picture from the cover page. That visual was very much, it was there in all front pages of the newspapers, reading newspapers, and even one of the papers the next day. So yeah, so that way, Sonia Gandhi was very particular, and his loyalty and friendship with the Gandhi family was always, it was never affected by any controversies or any charges.
All right, Liz, we'll come back to you in a moment. I do need to take a short break at this stage. Come back, track the life and times of Dr. Manmohan Singh after this quick commercial break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when
Well, today we mourn the passing of Dr. Manmohan Singh at the age of 92. He passed away last night at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, old age-related complications. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, a significant period marked by social reforms and economic growth. Dr. Singh was instrumental in shaping India's economic liberalization, most notably as Finance Minister in 1991. We should be able to show you images now of Sonia Gandhi arriving at the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh. We'll just play out those images the moment we get it. He was Finance Minister in 1991, where his policies rescued India from financial disaster, some would suggest. As Prime Minister, he led the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation. He introduced the Right to Information Act, promoting transparency and governance. His administration also enacted Manrega, aimed to provide employment to rural households. Respected across political divides for his integrity and scholarly approach, Dr. Manmohan Singh's legacy includes transformative steps in education, health, and foreign policy. His calm and humble demeanor won admiration from both allies and critics. His death marks the end of an era, leaving behind a profound impact on India's development and diplomacy. We are told that Sonia Gandhi has also arrived at the residence of the late Prime Minister. We should have some visuals of that in a little while from now. Let me go straight across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, let's just step back a little bit and go back to that time when Dr. Manmohan Singh never knew that he was going to be Finance Minister of the country. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister, and then a message came, please be present for the swearing in. Mr. Alexander, who used to work very closely with Narasimha Rao as a special advisor, made that phone call to Manmohan Singh, who apparently didn't believe it earlier on, but then showed up for the swearing in and then became Finance Minister of India, and the rest, they say, is history.
Absolutely, Vishnu, and I think you would remember that very well because you had covered it also. And Manmohan Singh is often seen as this accidental Prime Minister, somebody whose own accomplishments outshone that of his detractors and also his own opponents, in some ways people in his own party and also in the rival party, somebody whose accomplishments had nothing to do with the Gandhi family. He was not a Darbari. That's what people would call a lot of people in, at least the opposition would call a lot of people in the Congress party. He was seen as somebody who not only set the stage for ease of business in the country, for liberal reforms, brought in the liberal reforms, but also had an imprint, had a role to play in ensuring that our foreign policy is on track, somebody who had a great role to play in bringing in legislation that UPA, the first term of the UPA was known for, including right to education, right to information, and also Manrega and rural health mission. But when the accidental call, when the call was made to him, of course, he did accept it, and that was seen as a master stroke from Sonia Gandhi's side. He became the first Sikh Prime Minister of the country, but he remained non-confrontational, and he had this very clearly sorted out in his head that the power sharing had been done, but in terms of sharing of authority, a lot of it remained with Sonia Gandhi because she remained the chairperson of the UPA. It was party that was running the government, which also became one of the criticism points, something that the BJP raised very strongly in 2014. Also, something that played a role in Narendra Modi coming to power as the Prime Minister of the country with a huge sweep. But to his credit, Manmohan Singh has been an accomplished economist, somebody who, brought in the liberalization when the country was going through a very tough phase. You know that our forex resources had hit a historic low. In fact, our fiscal deficit was very high. It was the finance minister then, Manmohan Singh, and also PV Narasimha Rao, who steered the country, through the whole IMF bailout that happened, in some ways setting the stage for the country's, trajectory of the kind of growth that we have today. And of course, the nuclear deal followed, in which Manmohan Singh showed a lot of political insight and astuteness, because he got the Samajwadi Party to support his government, even as the left threatened to walk out. So clearly, those moments of brilliance out there. But his second term was also, rocked by a lot of, scandals, corruption scandals. But of course, he remained above all of that. His personal integrity remained impeachable, which is why the Prime Minister has also talked about three things. One, about his humble beginnings. Second thing, about him being a distinguished, one of the most distinguished leaders of the country. And the third thing, his role as a parliamentarian and somebody whose work touched a lot of Indians, because he believed that development and welfare need to have a human face. He's somebody who was who was a product of partition, and somebody who believed that it was important to be secular. His political positioning was always very clear. And last thing, I remember this WikiLeaks, the stories that came out in the Hindu, in his conversations with M.K. Narayanan, then, on the Pakistan WikiLeaks, he clearly said there was a need to be very cautious with the relationship with Pakistan, because there's a history that, we share. So someone who's very sensitive to those aspects, and somebody who believed that any work of the government has to have a human face to it. And that is how I think the country remembers him today, on the day of the final goodbye to Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Let's talk about some of the more challenging times that Manmohan Singh faced when he was Prime Minister. I remember 2G was one of them. The Commonwealth Games was something else which took place. These were some of the most trying times for the Congress party. Some would suggest that the momentum that the BJP picked on over a period of time on the basis of corruption allegations really changed, the prospects of the Congress in elections going forward. And he was Prime Minister at the time. What sort of impact did this have on him personally? How did he deal with it?
Absolutely, Vishnu. Like, the way you look at it today would be very different from the way we looked at it in 2013 and 2014, because in 2013 and 2014, his personality became, the central point of the BJP's campaign, because he was seen as someone who had, who was completely okay with decisions being taken by just the party. In fact, in Nija Chaudhary's columns, we've seen how there were leaders in the Congress party, including Ahmed Patel, who were very critical of the way he dealt with the nuclear deal signing with the United States of America. So clearly there were many challenging times that he faced, and there were also these highlights of his own autonomy, his agency that he stressed upon, which of course was reflected in the way he signed the nuclear deal with the US. And the second, I think the most challenging time was when Rahul Gandhi walked into that press conference and told that ordinance which his government was expected to bring in, and that was a big time of embarrassment for him, something that would have pained him. And he had actually talked about how Rahul Gandhi had subsequently apologized to him. It was expected that he would have resigned then, but he didn't. There was a lot of talk about his self-worth, his self-respect then, but he remained a non-confrontational person. I think, Vishnu, also because his own accomplishments, overrode those factors. He was not, the essential politician, but somebody who believed in his ideals, in his values, in somebody who believed in the work that was given to him. And this he was very sorted in his head that he had a certain part of the responsibility of running the government, but when it came to party and those important affairs with regard to alliance, there was somebody else who was taking those decisions, and he was completely okay with that. So clearly a mixed legacy there, but when it comes to accomplishments, clearly one of the most accomplished, one of the most qualified prime ministers of the country, and also someone with quiet dignity, someone that the country would very fondly remember in the years to come.
You're talking about the remote control. You haven't used those words, perhaps impolite in a situation like it is now, but for decades, that's the way for years, that's the way it was reported, that there was a remote control, that the Gandhis were very much in charge, and you had a prime minister who wasn't really necessarily the person taking the calls or taking the shots. Now, that's only partly correct, because I do believe that on several key issues of governance, Manmohan Singh was allowed to do what he wanted. But then there were political issues where perhaps the Gandhis had a more direct involvement. Is that right?
Yes, I think, Vishnu, when it came to the National Advisory Council, it was Sonia Gandhi who was driving it, and that was a very powerful body. Apart from that, she was a UPA chairperson, and she had advisors like Amit Patel who were driving politics of the country. It was also a very difficult government because they were very difficult partners. The left parties were very vocal in what they wanted, in their demands. There was a Samajwadi Party that also wanted its pie of, wanted its share when it came to power. But I think, what we know so far is that Manmohan Singh also operated very deftly. He had his own coterie of people. He had his own loyalists. His political positioning was always very clear. He was not like Dr. Pranab Mukherjee, who the BJP would also at some point flirt with, in the recent years. He was someone whose politics was very clear right from the beginning. And his accomplishments had very little to do with the Gandhi family, which is what made him also someone very respectable in the realm of Indian politics.
Let's go back to the civil nuclear deal. It came at a time when there was still trepidation about how India should be dealing with the United States. For decades, we had been almost adversaries, a real worry about how far we should go with America. But he felt that a civil nuclear deal was essential for India and our economic growth story, right?
Absolutely, Vishnu. What I think, and you would know this better, but I think the UPA chairperson, Sonia Gandhi, earlier was in favor of the deal, but of course the left parties were vocally opposing it then. And Manmohan Singh very strongly believed that it was important to get that clean sheet from the nuclear suppliers group to have our positioning, as a responsible nuclear weapons state. And he firmly believed in that. He thought that was very important for the country, and that was one time when he showed his complete autonomy and agency. And like Neeraj Chaudhary also writes about how there were people in the party like Amit Patel who was not very happy with it, and he had very clearly said that it's a party that should be making these decisions and they should be getting the alliances act right. But Dr. Manmohan Singh got the Samajwadi Party to support that, even as the left threatened to walk out. So some quick political maneuvering there that happened, and that I think came from the fact that he was very convinced about the fact that this was important for the country, and in some ways that also laid the foundation for our relations with the United States of America, something that the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, said. In fact, he said that while everyone did talk about his imprint in economic matters, the fact that he did have a role to play in our relations with the West is also something that needs to be talked about.
No, certainly that strategic relationship with the United States, all the foundational agreements which have taken place, and a lot of what happened in the last couple of years has happened after Manmohan Singh's time, and sort of has picked up on what he tried to do. Rahul Gandhi and Manmohan Singh, what was the relationship like?
Well, it was, one of the most challenging phases of Dr. Manmohan Singh's life was when Rahul Gandhi marched into that press conference and he told that the ordinance that was prepared by Dr. Manmohan Singh's government, the UPA government, in which, any MP who has been imprisoned who has been sentenced to an imprisonment of 2 years or beyond by the court would be disqualified. Rahul Gandhi came and told that he wanted to make a political point, and it was an embarrassment for the Manmohan Singh government, and it was expected that he would resign, but clearly that did not happen. He subsequently did tell reporters that Rahul Gandhi had eventually apologized to him, which is why he didn't resign. But that was, that also made the opposition, the BJP then, its criticism very strong that Manmohan Singh was somebody who he didn't have the spine to take on the Gandhi family, which I believe, he knew the divisions of power very well in his head. He knew that it was the party that was running the government in some ways, but like you rightly said, there were aspects of governance in which he was completely sort of autonomous. But he did know that there was somebody who was slightly more powerful than him, and he has to sort of ensure that he worked in complete tandem with knowing those limitations beforehand. I think that was a challenging point for him. But yesterday, Rahul Gandhi did write about how he lost a mentor, in the passing away of Manmohan Singh. Priyanka Gandhi was the first one to reach his house yesterday, and she has said that she has been one of the most inspiring figures, and somebody who took on personal attacks of his opponents in his stride, somebody who was non-confrontational. So clearly a lot of glorious words from both Gandhi siblings there. Sonia Gandhi has already reached there. So clearly the Gandhi family, believed in him, they trusted him, and which is why he was made the Prime Minister in the first place, which at that point was seen as a masterstroke. But I'm sure he did take up a lot of challenges, a lot of responsibility, and of course, while we give him a lot of credit for it right now, but in 2013, 2014, he did face a lot of flack for all of this.
All right, Vasudha, it's going to be a long morning for you. It's a cold day in the national capital. It's been raining a fair bit. They say that rain actually brings a great deal of luck and good luck. So perhaps a good day for us to remember Dr. Manmohan Singh and his contributions. We'll come back to you in a little while from now. Let's just listen in to several reactions which have been coming in from leaders across party lines on the passing of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
ക്ഷമയോടുകൂടി അദ്ദേഹം അത് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്തു. ക്ഷമയോടുകൂടി കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്തതിൻ്റെ ഫലമായി ഒരിഞ്ച് ഭൂമി മുഴുവൻ നഷ്ടപ്പെടാതെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ 10 വർഷത്തെ ഭരണകാലത്തെ ചൈനയുമായ തർക്കങ്ങളെല്ലാം നീണ്ട കൂടിയായതോടുകൂടി ക്ഷമയോടുകൂടി കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്ത് ആ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം രമ്യമായി പരിഹാരം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് സാധിച്ചു.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me.
और यहाँ जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में उपलब्धियां हासिल करना ये सामान्य बात नहीं है. अभावों और संघर्षों से ऊपर उठकर कैसे ऊंचाइयों को हासिल किया जा सकता है, उनका जीवन ये सीख भावी पीढ़ी को देता रहेगा. एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा. एक अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में उन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर भारत सरकार में अनेक सेवाएं दी. एक चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में उन्होंने रिजर्व बैंक के गवर्नर की भूमिका निभाई। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी की सरकार के वित्त मंत्री रहते हुए उन्होंने वित्तीय संकट से घिरे देश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देश के विकास में और प्रगति में उनके योगदान को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। जनता के प्रति, देश के विकास के प्रति उनका जो कमिटमेंट था उसे हमेशा बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाएगा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी का जीवन उनकी ईमानदारी और सादगी का प्रतिबिंब था। वो विलक्षण सांसद थे। उनकी विनम्रता, सौम्यता और उनकी बौद्धिकता उनके संसदीय जीवन की पहचान बनी। मुझे याद है कि इस साल की शुरुआत में जब राज्यसभा में उनका कार्यकाल समाप्त हुआ, तब मैंने कहा था कि सांसद के रूप में डॉक्टर साहब की निष्ठा सभी के लिए प्रेरणा जैसी है। सत्र के समय अहम मौकों पर वो व्हीलचेयर पर बैठकर आते थे, अपना संसदीय दायित्व निभाते थे। दुनिया के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों की शिक्षा लेने और सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर रहने के बाद भी वो अपनी सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि के मूल्यों को कभी भी नहीं भूले। दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर उन्होंने हमेशा हर दल के व्यक्ति से संपर्क रखा, सबके लिए सहज उपलब्ध रहे। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनेक विषयों पर उनसे खुले मन से चर्चाएं होती थी। यहां दिल्ली आने के बाद भी मेरी उनसे समय समय पर बात होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी। मुझे उनसे हुई मुलाकातें, देश को लेकर हुई चर्चाएं हमेशा याद रहेगी। अभी जब उनका जन्मदिन था तब भी मैंने उनसे बात की थी। आज इस कठिन घड़ी में मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को सभी देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi over there speaking about Dr. Manmohan Singh, speaking about his contribution to India, speaking about how he was responsible, often came to Parliament in his later years on a wheelchair. He met leaders across party lines. The Prime Minister interacted with, Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with Dr. Manmohan Singh in Delhi also when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. And he says that the information, the lessons, the advice, the discussions are something that he will always remember. The images on the right-hand side of your screen are of the Prime Minister paying homage to the late Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, who's passed away at the age of 92 in New Delhi last night, shortly after 8 p.m. to old age-related symptoms. He fell unconscious at his home. He was rushed to the All India Institute, but passed away despite all efforts to save him. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also paying his respects. JP Nadda, the senior BJP leader, also there. This was a couple of hours back, an hour back or so. Images on the right-hand side of your screen. Let's go across to my colleague Shreya, who's outside the residence of Manmohan Singh. Shreya, you've seen so many leaders come and pay their respects to the late Prime Minister. Could you give us a sense of who's been coming and have there been any statements which have been made?
Well, of course, so far we have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Sonia Gandhi, and several other leaders who had come and paid their respect, their homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh. Later, we will see other cabinet ministers also coming. Although the final, in terms of performing the final rites, that will take place tomorrow because one of the daughters of Dr. Manmohan Singh will be arriving in India the next day, and that is when the final rites will be performed with full state honors. Right now, as you can see, the Delhi skies continue to weep as the nation bids farewell to the economist with a visionary, the transformation leader, the one who brought about economic liberalization in the national capital at a time when India was going through a major fiscal deficit. Here you can see right outside his residence where he lived almost 10 years. There is this strong security arrangements that have been put in place. You can see men in uniform standing at guarding the residence as senior leaders, VIPs arriving here, paying homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he is definitely a man who has received condolences and respect from people across party lines because of the kind of
in just a few moments from now. We're just going to go back and just take a look at images from the past. Let's just talk a little bit about Dr. Manmohan Singh. He never actively campaigned for political office. He was, focused more on the business of governance. Let's get a few more details on him. More focused on governance and political maneuvering. His rise to the post of Prime Minister in 2004 was largely because of Sonia Gandhi's decision not to take the post herself, leading to his selection by the Congress party. He was known for his reserved and academic demeanor rather than the aggressive style of leadership and of public statements made by so many politicians across party lines. He was often seen as being more comfortable in policy discussions than in political rallies or public confrontations. He maintained a distance from the internal politics of the Congress. His focus was more on administration, less on the power struggles within the party, which sometimes led to perceptions of being out of touch with the political gamesmanship which has defined Indian politics, always has. He was mild-mannered, soft-spoken, an economist. Very sadly, as I mentioned, fell unconscious last night. He was rushed to the All India Institute and declared dead at 9:51. Well, joining us now, somebody who's tracked Dr. Manmohan Singh for a very long period of time. I'm joined by Aarti Jairat. Aarti, thanks very much for being with us. You would have so many memories of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Let's talk about some of your own memories of the man. What strikes you most at this hour?
Well, I think a lot has been said already about his contributions to the nation, particularly in terms of opening up the economy and, setting us on the path to where we've reached today, which is, the world's fifth largest economy. And also for, ending India's nuclear winter with the signing of that civil nuclear deal with the United States, which got us a lot of benefits in terms of, transfer of technology and, so on and so forth. So all that is there. But if we just talk about him as a person, he was so soft-spoken, so gentle, so humble. I mean, Vishnu, I used to meet him in Parliament quite often, when he was finance minister, when he was leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. And, a man who is not just held so many high positions, but also much older than me, would always call me Aarti Ji. It was such, it was something that really touched you, that he was so polite, so humble, that, he would call somebody like me Aarti Ji. And, these are little things that stick in your mind about him. It's really a pity that, I think his first term as Prime Minister was very good because, the government, the UPA 1, introduced a lot of path-breaking schemes like Manrega, which is, still there and is really helped the poor through many crises, including the one through COVID, the right to information, the right to education, and, so on. And of course, he continued on the path of reforms, continuing the privatization of airports and the open skies policy. And of course, the big breakthrough was the Indo-US civil nuclear deal, which was signed, I think soon after he became Prime Minister. But, it is unfortunate that a man, whose integrity really shone through, who was known for his honesty, that his second term was so clouded by corruption scandals. None of his own doing, unfortunately, but, that's the way politics operates in India. And, he was not a prime minister who was fully in control because, the politics of the UPA were being handled by Sonia Gandhi, whereas he was supposed to handle the government. And, unfortunately, the, corruption scandals did taint his second tenure. And when he stepped down finally as prime minister at his last press conference, he said, I hope that history will remember me kindly. And, I think history is remembering him kindly and will remember him kindly because, firstly, a lot of the corruption scandals that, took place at that time, particularly that big one in the telecom scam, that 1,78,000 crore, a figure which none of us could even fathom, turned out to be completely false. So, we're now beginning to realize, how much he actually contributed. We're forgetting about the bad parts, but we're remembering all the good parts, and his contribution to the country has been tremendous. But,
But Aarti, let me just ask you a question on what you mentioned. If you look at the corruption cases, some would suggest it began the demise of the Congress as we knew it prior to that. 2G, Commonwealth, coal, wasn't there food for work and Natwar Singh and allegations at that stage as well? How did Manmohan Singh deal with all of this? Because all of this disrupted whatever vision of the India growth story that he had, which he was working on.
Absolutely. Disrupted him immensely. He dealt with it by remaining silent, which is why he became known as Manmohan Singh rather than Manmohan Singh. It's a pun on his word for, on his name, for the silence that he maintained through all those scandals. And, in his second term, I think his first term, he did quite a lot. The government did do quite a lot. He and Sonia Gandhi were working in sync. They had the left.
Aarti, just half a second. The motorcade that we just saw on our screens was of the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, who had visited the home of Dr. Manmohan Singh. She's paid her respects, the President, just a few moments back. These images are from earlier on the day when the Prime Minister was there as well. Sorry, Aarti, go ahead with what you're saying.
I was saying his first term, I think he and Sonia Gandhi worked together very well, and although the left was there and, there were many ideological differences with the left, but somehow the three of them came together and did take forward the process of reforms. It's in the second term that things got scuppered. You remember he went to Sharm el-Sheikh where I think he signed that agreement with Musharraf, for some kind of a peace deal between India and Pakistan and an end to, terrorism and, sort of resuming the dialogue, the broken dialogue. And unfortunately, that was, the Congress party itself did not accept that Sharm el-Sheikh agreement. The BJP, of course, went to town criticizing him for that.
Right.
And I think, his whole slowdown and the policy paralysis that ultimately overtook his government began with that Sharm el-Sheikh agreement when he had to walk back on it.
Yes.
And, it just got worse and worse, and then, of course...
All right, Aarti, we've got images of Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, the Gandhi family, as it were, paying their respects at the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains will remain at his home till tomorrow. His daughter, on her way back from, I believe, the United States presently, arrives late tonight, and he will be cremated tomorrow. Today is the day when all of India honors Mallikarjun Kharge there on your screen. All of India and the world, in a sense, honors the late Prime Minister. He's been known and reputed across the world. He had a huge link with several political leaders across political lines. And let's just go back to Aarti to talk us through these critical images of the Gandhis at the residence of, and Mallikarjun Kharge as well, at the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh. For Rahul Gandhi, who we just see on our screens right now, he was a mentor. Could you tell us a little bit about that association?
So that's a very interesting relationship because, Manmohan Singh kept saying that he wanted Rahul Gandhi to join his government, so that he could gain experience in administration and so on. And Rahul consistently refused. And then, of course, came that, that famous or infamous incident where Rahul Gandhi tore an ordinance at an open press conference and said that, he would dump it, an ordinance that the Manmohan Singh government had introduced to give, protection to people, to politicians with corruption charges against them. At that point of time, Manmohan Singh must have been deeply offended and deeply hurt because it was public humiliation. But he didn't say anything. That was, as I said, that was the way he dealt with all these political crises that kept erupting through his tenure. He didn't say anything. And later he was asked that why didn't he resign or say something at that time. And he said that, Rahul Gandhi came to him after the press conference and apologized because I think Rahul realized that he had crossed a red line there. And, Rahul Gandhi came to him and apologized. And so Manmohan Singh did not want to rock the boat, as it were, by, making it into an issue. So that, and I think through it all, whatever the tensions were around him, I think his relationship with Sonia Gandhi remained an important factor in keeping that government going. And I think Sonia Gandhi did have tremendous respect for him, which is why she chose him. Those of us who had been tracking, politics at that time and who knew, what was happening, were not surprised by Sonia Gandhi's choice of Manmohan Singh because she had been close to him. She used him, on many occasions, even as a kind of political negotiator with Sharad Pawar, for instance, because of the fact that, Manmohan Singh was such an amicable man.
Aarti, just be with me for a moment. Let me quickly go across to Professor Sandeep Shastri. Professor Shastri, I think the bottom line for a generation of Indians who wouldn't really know when or how India was in the 80s and prior to that, I think the story is really linked, would you agree, with Dr. Manmohan Singh. Had it not been for Dr. Manmohan Singh's contribution, we would be living in a very different kind of India, right?
Vishnu, I was starting my political career, my academic career, when Manmohan Singh ji was at the highest of positions, was about to become the finance minister. And we saw the type of transformation he brought about. And then in 2004, when he became the prime minister of the country, all of us felt so proud that somebody with the type of academic background he had became the prime minister. I was, in fact, in 1997, privileged to be the host when he came to my university for the convocation. I was with him from the time he landed in Bangalore till the time he took off. And the simplicity of the person, the words which he used were carefully chosen. He was such a great listener. He heard me out in terms of the research work I was doing and added his bits of information and advice on that, which was so appropriate. Now,
all right, Dr. Shastri,
when he became Prime Minister, a lot of us were so proud of the fact that an academician has risen to that position. And
the images that you saw over there were of the tricolour being placed on the casket bearing the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. You can see our national flag being placed over there. There is a 7-day period of mourning in honor of the late Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, which has been announced by the government. The flag is being flown at half-mast. Let's continue getting reporters in as well. My colleague Vasudha joins us now for more on this from the Congress office. Vasudha, give us a sense of what exactly happens now. When will the cremation take place? I believe the daughter of Dr. Manmohan Singh is yet to return. Is that right?
That's right, Vishnu. We are waiting. What we've been told is that Dr. Manmohan Singh's body will be at his residence only. In fact, the family is waiting for one of the daughters to arrive in India, which is going to happen tonight, is what we've been told. And the last rites will take place tomorrow. I am at the Congress office, and not much of an activity here, but of course, there's a lot of security arrangements that have been put in place. Congress workers have started coming in right now. It's also raining very badly. There's also a lot of cold, which is also why I think, and a lot of leaders I spoke to, some of them who are still in Belagavi, they are waiting for their, planes to take off. The Gandhi family has already sort of arrived, and we saw that Sonia Gandhi also reached, the residence of Manmohan Singh, and Priyanka Gandhi was amongst the first to reach AIIMS yesterday, and also Devendra Yadav, who's the Delhi Congress president, reached about 2 hours ago, and he's been also tasked with making sure that the arrangements are in place tomorrow. Today, the Prime Minister was supposed to, take part in this nationwide Swamitwa program, where he was supposed to distribute a lot of property cards, but then that has been cancelled in the honor of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Prime Minister has called him, one of the most distinguished leaders of the country. He has in fact praised his humble beginnings, and also the fact that his work touched the lives of several Indians in an inference to the mantra that he always used, that development always has to have a human face to it. So clearly tomorrow is when the Congress party office will get to see, the body and the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and I think the final journey will begin tomorrow.
Dr. Sandeep Shastri, go ahead, sir, with what you were saying.
Now, I was mentioning that Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's first term was a very glorious time. Many of us who saw that 5 years in office saw how a coalition is to be managed. Let's remember that when the 2009 election happened and the Congress party was releasing its manifesto, somebody asked Sonia Gandhi, who is the prime ministerial face of the Congress. She turned the Congress manifesto to Manmohan Singh's photograph and said, he is the face of the prime ministerial face of the Congress party. And therefore, when the UPA came back to power, people referred to Singh as king. But his second term was a term of contradictions, where the coalition partners and other factors led to certain very negative publicity for the government and certain actions happening which were not in the best interest of the government. Manmohan Singh maintained his silence and did not respond to a lot of issues, and that, I think, in retrospect today, was a part of his style, was a part of his approach, where he believed that he would deal with issues over which he was able to have some control, but issues which he had little control over, he would prefer to maintain a silence on that. It was rightly said that he was like the one who drank the poison in order to save the reputation and the credibility of the government. Aarti, a little while ago, referred to the then vice president of the party tearing the ordinance. And that was, I think, one of the most difficult moments in Dr. Singh's tenure as the Prime Minister. He preferred again to remain silent, and as Aarti mentioned, later on, the then vice president of the party is believed to have apologized to the Prime Minister for what happened and realized he had overstepped. I remember at the end of his tenure, when there were 2 days left for him as Prime Minister, I had written an open letter where I complimented the good work he had done, but had only pleaded that if he...
All right, Dr. Shastri, just hold your thoughts for a moment. We've got a cousin of Dr. Manmohan Singh speaking. Let's listen.
हाँ, ईमानदारी तो उनका फर्स्ट ये था। जैसे हमसे भी ये लोग कहीं कहते थे कि ये काम हमारा उनसे कह के करवा दो, तो वो कहते थे कि आई एम द लास्ट मैन, मैं ये गलत काम को तो वो बिल्कुल नहीं छूते ही नहीं थे। सही काम के लिए वो किसी का रोकते नहीं थे, गलत काम नहीं करते थे, चाहे कुछ हो जाए।
आपने जैसे बताया जीवन बड़ा संघर्ष में रहा, पढ़ाई के पैसे वैसे नहीं होते।
हाँ, तो टाइटनेस में उन्होंने ज़िंदगी गुजारी। कुछ हमारे फादर सपोर्ट करते थे, कुछ हमारे चाचा जी कर देते थे, बस ऐसे ही उनका जीवन बड़ा संघर्ष में रहा। और जब वो चंडीगढ़ में लेक्चरार थे तो वो 600 रुपये तनख्वाह पे थे, और थ्रू आउट हिज कैरियर ही स्टूड फर्स्ट क्लास फर्स्ट इन एजुकेशन।
आप लोग कुछ कहते थे जब लोग आते थे, आपकी बात क्या हुई थी आप लोग?
हमारी तो वो पढ़ाई के बारे में, बच्चों को भी सबको ये कहते थे पढ़ाई पे जोर दो, पढ़ाई पहले।
आपकी आखिरी मुलाकात कब हुई थी?
आखिरी मुलाकात अभी यही इन्हीं के यहाँ हुई थी, क्या नाम, नहीं सब हमारी वो मेरी पोती की शादी हुई थी दिल्ली में, तब वो आए थे, सारा दिन वहाँ रहे थे।
तो क्या बातें हुई थी?
भाई शादी उन्होंने फुल अटेंड करी थी। संडे वाला दिन था गुरुद्वारा में, तो सारी शादी उन्होंने अटेंड करी, पूरे 6-7 घंटे वहीं रहे। सुबह की शादी थी संडे की, गुरुद्वारा रकाबगंज में। तो सारी शादी में आशीर्वाद सबको दिया, सबको मिले। अब टाइम तो उनके पास भी कम रहता था ना।
आज जिस तरीके से सब पूरा देश याद कर रहा है, आप किस तरीके से याद करते हैं?
हम
All right, we'll take a short break, return to more memories, more stories, and a look at the life and times of the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh has died at 92. A 7-day national mourning has been announced for the late Prime Minister, a state funeral for late Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. Leaders pay their last respects to the late Prime Minister at his Delhi residence. The Prime Minister, the Home Minister and others visit the former Prime Minister's residence. Leaders across party lines mourn Dr. Manmohan Singh's passing. Dr. Manmohan Singh was a global statesman. World leaders paid tribute to the late Prime Minister. The Indian cricket team's ode to Manmohan Singh. India's test players in Melbourne wear a black armband in mark of their remembrance of the death of the late Prime Minister.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided
The former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh passed away last night at the age of 92. He was admitted at the Emergency Department of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He died of old age-related complications. Several leaders from across political lines, starting from the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the President of India as well, they've all paid respects at his residence. The flag has been placed on the casket bearing his mortal remains. He will be cremated tomorrow. One of his daughters yet to return to India. Manmohan Singh served as the finance minister in P.V. Narasimha Rao's government between 91 and 96, which was seen as an era of India's economic liberalization or transformation. As Prime Minister, he led the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation. He introduced the Right to Information Act, promoting transparency in governance. His administration also enacted Manrega, aiming to provide employment to lakhs of households in the country. Let's go across to Shreya Ghosh, who joins us from outside the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Shreya, throughout the morning, we've seen so many leaders come in and go. Before the cremation takes place, the family is waiting for the arrival of Dr. Manmohan Singh's daughter. Is that right?
Absolutely, Vishnu. We have seen that the Gandhi family has arrived and has paid their homage. We also saw Home Minister Amit Shah, PM Narendra Modi arriving and paying their respects to Dr. Manmohan Singh, who has, of course, left an incredible economic and political legacy behind. In his 10-year-long prime ministership tenure, we know the highlight has been how he sort of handled the entire India-US nuclear deal, and also the way he brought about the entire economic liberalization in India when India was going through a major fiscal deficit. These are the two things that really defines his political career in some way. Although at the end of his career he faced major criticisms, although he always highlighted the democratic spirit. You know, he's one of the last prime ministers who actually held a press conference, fielded almost 60 questions in his last ever press conference, and that goes on to show that he always was open to feedback, open to criticism, and he of course he was heavily criticized. He was almost called the silent prime minister, the puppet prime minister, but we cannot overlook the fact that he has been a magnanimous politician. He has paved his own path, coming from a small village in undivided Punjab. You know, he went to Punjab University. From there he went to Cambridge. He is one of the most qualified head of government in the world, in fact, and for these very reasons, of course, we see political leaders across party lines coming and showing their respect, paying their homage here at his residence in Lutyens, Delhi. We can see it continues to rain, but people are coming here and they are spending time with former Prime Minister's wife and two children, two daughters, and of course another daughter is supposed to arrive tomorrow or today late night, and that is why the cremation has been postponed to tomorrow. And of course we also know the national mourning period has been declared by the government for the next 7 days. Nationwide, people have cancelled, the government have cancelled all sorts of programs because they have declared the national mourning period, and of course the entire nation is mourning the loss, profound loss of the architect of modern India, Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Well, let's just go across to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu, who joins us also in just a few moments from now. In case you've just tuned in, the country is mourning the passing of Dr. Manmohan Singh at 92. He was India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014. He led India's economic liberalization, most notably as Finance Minister in 1991. That was the time when India was in a payment crisis. We had foreign exchange worth approximately 2 weeks of imports. He turned around the economy completely, opened up the door, unshackled the process of liberalization, allowed the privatization of government ventures, deregulated different sectors. He led the signing subsequently of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation. There were several other important policies which were passed. The Right to Information Act was one of them, but it was also a difficult period. He was a reluctant prime minister. There were serious allegations of corruption, the 2G, the Commonwealth case, the coal scam. These were all issues which impacted him or certainly the Congress party in a very big way. These were some of the factors which enabled his political opponents, the BJP, to gain the momentum that they needed to come to power. But today there's great respect for Manmohan Singh from his political rivals, from the Prime Minister, from the Home Minister, and several others, because of the impact which Manmohan Singh as a man made and the impression that he made on so many others. Profound respect for his economic vision. That's something which successive governments in India have carried forward. The fact that we are now the fastest growing economy among countries of our size is something which has taken place largely because of that process of economic opening up, which he started out in the early to mid 90s and then carried on when he was Prime Minister. He was a reluctant Prime Minister. There was always a sense that India was being governed by remote control, that all the key political decisions were being taken by Sonia Gandhi, who you see on the right-hand side of your screen. But there were issues where Manmohan Singh really put his foot down, and he'd be known for his governance and leading the implementation of policy to transform India. We'll take a short break, more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
this week on India.
Well, India is mourning the passing of Dr. Manmohan Singh at the age of 92. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014. My colleague Sunil Prabhu has tracked Dr. Manmohan Singh perhaps more closely than any other journalist, I would argue, in India. We'll talk about his politics later on. Tell us what your most abiding memory of the man is, Sunil.
Well, Vishnu, it's deeply personal. It's something that, I had the opportunity of meeting Dr. Manmohan Singh a number of times, starting from my journalistic career in '95. In fact, he was even a referee for me at one stage, and then carried on that relationship for many decades. If you recall, even the last interviews would be to us outside. As soon as the budget speech would speak, he would be one of the first to speak to us and to NDTV and talk about what. And he used to make those 1 minute or 2 minutes very crisp, clear criticisms, or what you call his expert opinion on the budget, and even people like the late Arun Jaitley would come back to me and say that really respect how you were able to get him and his critique of his budget. So it's been a long relationship, deeply personal, but the man that I knew, extremely scholarly, a reluctant politician, but once he became one, was extremely good at his job, knew, as he said, I have to run a coalition, not only in terms of a coalition government, but within the Congress party, because as you are well aware, there were many claimants for the top post. It was Mrs. Gandhi's personal choice to have Dr. Manmohan Singh as the Prime Minister. There were many other claimants at that time, not only Pranab Mukherjee, Arjun Singh, and that list carries on. The rest, as Dr. Manmohan Singh wanted it to be, secrets under his, to go with him, definitely, and I used to promptly ask him a number of times to write, and including his former national security advisors and principal private secretaries and private secretaries would urge him, but he said these are things which are deeply personal, and I don't want, India to, these should go down with me.
Sure.
So he was extremely clear that there was a certain relationship that he had, but extremely a good, self-effacing, and not only being soft-spoken, but a human being of a different kind. And if you speak to any of his close aides, they would always say, Vishnu, he would ask, how would you go home? And he would be always worried about them, not about him. That scholar that in him, he would always love to read. If you give him a book or a paper, he would just get engrossed reading those papers way into the early hours of the morning.
Sunil, I was on the very last flight that he flew as Prime Minister. After that, journalists were thrown off the Prime Minister's plane. And this was to Myanmar. And so that would have been the very last time that he held a press conference on board Air India One. Then, of course, it's now Indian Air Force One. And he took questions very politely, sometimes looking up with concern at some of the questions coming his way, saying, where did that come from? But polite to the T and very deliberate in his answers, not worried about being asked anything. I think that was one of his key attributes. There was a lot of criticism that went his way, his government's way, whether it is 2G, the coal scam, food for work, what have you. But he was always willing to take questions, right? I think that was his hallmark.
That's the greatness of him. I mean, he held press conferences umpteen amount of times, open press conferences where he would be, national press conference where he would take. And when you talk about Air India One, I also happened to be there when, he...
शब्द आज सार्थक सिद्ध हो रहे हैं। मेरी भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि मैं आज उनको देने के लिए आया था। मेरे व्यक्तिगत बहुत ऐसे क्षण हैं जो उनके साथ में मेरी लिए तमाम जिंदगी के लिए वो एक धरोहर के रूप में रहेंगे। जब तक मेरे रहूंगा तब तक मैं उनको संजो के रखूंगा और ऐसे महान व्यक्ति के सामने हमेशा अपना और ये देश का हर नागरिक बहुत प्यार से, श्रद्धा से सर झुकाएगा।
All right, Raj Babbar speaking over there. Sunil, we just went across to Raj Babbar for a moment. You were talking about Air India One. Go ahead with that story.
Well, that's the press conference when he was returning from after the G20 St. Petersburg, where he virtually announced his retirement. Officially, of course, he had said it on the 3rd of Jan, but in September, the first week of September, he had made it clear that he was giving way to Rahul Gandhi. And very, very tough questions in those days. That was Dr. Manmohan Singh for you. He never shied away, would always take the most difficult questions. I think during the crisis, when, in 2010, he would stop by. I was probably one of the few privileged journalists who he would stop by with a smile, answer those questions in Parliament, much to the detriment of my fellow colleagues and people who would now, of course, it's a different reality covering the Prime Minister's office, but that was a golden period in journalism, if I may be permitted to say so. Dr. Manmohan Singh allowed and had the ability to take some of the toughest questions with a smile, self-effacing, very clear in his thought process, be it not only as the architect of economic reforms or what he would call India's, enlightened interest in the international sphere, in building relationships, be it with the United States or the I-5 countries, be it with Russia or with our neighborhood. Something that he would always say he would have wanted very closely to have a good relationship with the neighborhood, and that's something that he was able to do in the fact that immediately after Prime Minister Modi was elected to power, we had most of those SAARC nations coming for the swearing in of for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That was the kind of relationship India had built at that stage.
But Suri, let me ask you
India
this.
Today, we have a
I think for a younger audience who weren't around when Dr. Manmohan Singh was Prime Minister or even before that, I would suggest the lasting impression of Manmohan Singh is that he has transformed India fundamentally, because the India you and I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, the ambassador car was seen as an ultimate symbol of luxury. The Maruti came on much earlier. Some had a Premier Padmini. We were lucky to get a ride on that. When one traveled abroad, that foreign exchange amount on your passport would be written $50 or something, and you could hardly carry anything. People used to go broke and without money when they traveled abroad. And that was the India that we lived in. Much more pleasant times, some would suggest. But it was an impoverished India, a socialist India, heavily institutionalized and rigidly run. That India decisively went when he became Prime Minister. So the India we have now, and successive governments have followed in his economic footsteps, is very different. Would you agree?
Very, very interesting that you bring the vehicles, Vishnu, and a small anecdote before I answer your larger question. He had a Maruti, Dr. Manmohan Singh. I don't know whether it still exists. He used to use it as finance minister whenever he would resign, and he would then give away the official car and use his Maruti 800. I had the privilege of even driving with him when he would come to the Congress office from his residence in Safdarjung Lane at that time in the late 90s. So that was Dr. Manmohan Singh for you in terms of vehicles. He also believed, when to answer your larger question, why did economic reforms, was it the best way out? And he felt that the trickle-down effect was the only way that the poorest of the poor or the great Indian middle class, which emerged thanks to economic reforms today, was possible only because of liberalizing India's economy. It was not, as he says, not his task alone. He had Prime Minister Narasimha Rao at that time. It was extremely important, and the way he did go about that entire process, but definitely, as he said to us, to NDTV and to me, history, I hope, will be kinder to me. I think today, as the rain gods continue to rain and welcome him, I think history has been kinder to him.
No, absolutely, Sunil. And I see you getting a bit emotional over there as well. I understand that and how difficult it has been, covering a beat for so long, and Dr. Manmohan Singh. Somebody who worked very, very closely with him was P. Chidambaram. P. Chidambaram was Commerce Minister when Manmohan Singh was Finance Minister, and was part of that process of carrying forward the economic vision that Dr. Manmohan Singh had. He spoke to us on the passing of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Let's listen in.
It's a very deeply emotional moment for me. I know he was ill, and I know that he was not active, but I thought he will live for a few more years at least. As I am able to recall the life and work of Dr. Manmohan Singh and the period from 1991 till 2014 will be a golden chapter in the history of India. I worked closely with him for many years. I have not met a person more humble and self-effacing than Dr. Singh. He wore his scholarship lightly and never claimed the credit for any of his historic achievements. In fact, the story of India turned after Dr. Manmohan Singh became finance minister. And the present middle class of India was virtually the creation of his policies as finance minister and prime minister. I can recount countless incidents. We had genuine empathy for the poor. And while his policies were liberal and progressive, he never forgot the poor.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's
Right, late Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away at the age of 92. We are, of course, showing you all the tributes which are pouring in for the former Prime Minister. Leaders also visiting his residence here in the national capital to pay their last respects. All that and more we'll be tracking on this bulletin. But first up, let's take a look at the top headlines. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at the age of 92. He was admitted in the emergency department of AIIMS last night. 7 days national mourning for late Manmohan Singh. Last rites tomorrow near Rajghat. Tributes pour in for former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Leaders visit his residence to pay their last respects. Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to late Dr. Manmohan Singh, says his contribution to India's development is unparalleled. And condolences pour in from international leaders and dignitaries. World leaders remember the great champion and architect of India's economic reforms. Former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away at the age of 92. He was admitted at the emergency department of AIIMS last night. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, a period marked by significant economic and social reforms. Manmohan Singh served as the Finance Minister in P.V. Narasimha Rao's government between 1991 to 1996, which is seen largely as an era of India's economic liberalization. The policies framed in that era led to India becoming the world's fastest growing major economy. As the Prime Minister, he led the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation, and introduced the Right to Information Act, promoting transparency in governance. His administration also enacted the Manrega, aiming to provide employment to rural households. So that is, of course, the legacy that late Dr. Manmohan Singh has left behind. We're, of course, tracking the story with all our reporters spread across. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha, who is joining us from the Congress headquarters. Vasudha, we've, of course, seen all the tributes pouring in. There are several leaders who are visiting Manmohan Singh's residence here in the national capital to pay their last respects ever since the news broke. Tell us about at the Congress office where you are. We've, of course, seen Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi also visiting Manmohan Singh's house just a short while back.
Absolutely, Tanima.
the famous last words of Manmohan Singh in one of his last interviews, where he said that history will be kinder to him, and he in fact anticipated the kind of outpouring of tributes to him because he leaves behind a rich legacy, not just in the field of policy but also in the realm of governance and also politics. Somebody who was non-confrontational, somebody who was mild-mannered, who led a life of quiet dignity and whose accomplishments outshone that of his defectors and also his own opponents. And today at the Congress office there is of course a lot of quiet here, also because Tanima, the timing of his passing away comes at a very challenging time for the Congress party. The Congress has had successive defeats in both Haryana and in Madhya Pradesh and in Maharashtra. It was expected to start this Ambedkar Yatra, optimizing on the kind of controversy centered around B.R. Ambedkar based on a part of Home Minister Amit Shah's speech. That Yatra has now been put off. There's also the Belagavi CWC meeting of the Congress party that was held to commemorate the first and the only Congress party CWC meet that was headed by Mahatma Gandhi. That also, could not take off. In fact, leaders are, returning to Delhi right now. And his mortal remains will be brought to the Congress office tomorrow, because the family of Dr. Manmohan Singh is waiting for one of his daughters to return to India. She'll be arriving tonight, is what we've been told. And tomorrow is when the final journey, the final rites of former Prime Minister of India for 2 terms, also somebody who held very important positions such as the Governor of RBI, the head of UGC, and also Deputy Chairperson of the Planning Commission, somebody who has advised Prime Ministers not just on economy but also on foreign policy. Dr. Manmohan Singh's his final journey is expected to begin tomorrow, and his mortal remains will also be brought to the Congress office tomorrow. And this location is particularly significant because this marks, this marks an important part of his political career. He has always remained devoted to his to this party, a parliamentarian of 33 years, somebody whose political positioning was very clear, unlike that of several of his contemporaries. But he also knew that there was a responsibility he had, and maybe the sharing of authority was not completely, in his favor, because there were many important decisions that were taken by Sonia Gandhi as the chairperson of the UPA and also the chairperson of the National Advisory Council then. But Manmohan Singh, to his credit, also brought in very important legislations, including RTI, RTE, the Rural Health Mission, the Unique Identification authority, which also led to Aadhaar becoming a national identity of sorts, and more importantly, his signature on the nuclear deal, ending the nuclear isolation and winter for India, and establishing India as a responsible nuclear weapons state, clearly showing that he had autonomy and agency in some matters when it came to governance. But somebody who was mild-mannered, somebody who was a different breed of politicians, somebody whose accomplishments outshone that of his rivals.
Right, Vasudha, as we know that late Manmohan Singh in fact retired from public life in a way earlier this year, but also if you could just talk to us about the fact that several of his policies that he framed, whether it was in terms of the economy as well as in terms of positioning India as a country to be reckoned with in the global stage, those are some of the policies that the Modi government had built on later.
Absolutely, Tanima. His enduring legacy is, of course, of the time when he became the finance minister of the country in 1991, when he did bring in, the very important liberalization reforms. And at that time, it would have seemed like that was the only option, because our forex reserves had hit a historic low. Our fiscal deficit was very high. But steering the country, through the whole IMF bailout was a very challenging task, opening the world to India and also opening India to the world, and more importantly, deregulation of the economy, making ease of business, a prevalent theme there, and also cutting the license Raj to size was not easy, and probably it wasn't appreciated as it should have been, because Congress did not get the right kind of numbers to form the government in 1996. But of course, now he is given credit for bringing India to the world stage, for helping us have that seat on the global high table. Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, specifically credited him for improving relations with the West, which also is one of his accomplishments, because he built relations with the United States of America when it was a unipolar world. The Soviet Union had collapsed, and of course this civil nuclear deal which ended the nuclear isolation and winter for India, establishing India as one of those responsible nuclear weapon state at a time when the left was going to walk out of the alliance, was also, something that was symptomatic of Manmohan Singh's political astuteness, because he got the Samajwadi Party on his side then.
Right. Vasudha, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us from outside Manmohan Singh's house here in the national capital. Sunil, as we've seen, a number of leaders have in fact trooped in since the morning to Manmohan Singh's house to pay their condolences to his family, to pay their last respects as well. And across party lines, we've seen the kind of messages that have poured in for him, despite being under a lot of pressure, especially during his second tenure as the Prime Minister. We've seen that everybody has, in a way, recognized the kind of contributions that he made for the country's development and growth.
Absolutely. Not only from within India, but internationally, I think everybody mourns the loss of, our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. He played a critical role, and the person that he was, he never was harsh or critical to anybody. Cutting across party lines. He had, built that bipartisan support, which is sadly missed today. Something that he was able to nurture right through his tenure, through the toughest of times. Not many will ever be able to understand that deep, close, personal, as well as important relationship that Dr. Manmohan Singh had with the UPA chairperson, Sonia Gandhi. Much has been written about it, but as Dr. Manmohan Singh told me very clearly, in many ways, he was always and extremely grateful to her for having chosen her as the Prime Minister, and how he ensured that whatever he did would be for the greater, not only for the country, but for the party for which he remained as a steadfast member right to his death for 33 years. Even in the run-up to 2024, he made a critical remark about what I was talking about, bipartisan support, the public discourse that had been made by the people in power against him, that this is something that is extremely upsetting and deeply worrying. And Dr. Manmohan Singh never minced words about speaking the truth about certain issues, and I think today it's a great tribute for him that cutting across party lines, not only nationally but internationally, countries are paying their homage to who has seen, and this country will take a long time to understand, just like they're now rediscovering Baba Sahib Ambedkar and his being the father of the Constitution. Dr. Manmohan Singh in the years to come will be seen as the father of not only economic reforms, but of India's enlightened national interest in terms of strategic development in the world that we live in.
Right. Right, Sunil, as you were mentioning over there, that Manmohan Singh in a press conference, and he actually spoke to you about that. He answered your question rather about that, the fact that history will remember him more kindly than the media. The questions that the media were, in a way, throwing at him at that point in time. Especially as we were saying that while he has, of course, his larger legacies, of course, the economic reforms and the kind of initiatives that he had, in fact, introduced in his first tenure as the Prime Minister. The second tenure, there was, of course, a lot of challenges that the Congress government faced in terms of the corruption cases that were filed at that point in time. But we have, in fact, seen that he was, in a way, epitomizing grace under pressure even at that point in time. And as we were talking about the fact that he had, in fact, said that in retrospect, he will be remembered more kindly, even for that particular period.
Well, I don't know whether I was the one or what. It's a memory. It's a long term, but whatever be as what you say about whatever happened during that period, I think nobody ever personally could, lift a finger against Dr. Manmohan Singh about his personal credibility, about how he, was incorruptible. He's been, I think, India's finance minister even before you were probably born.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Sunil. We'll cut across now to Farooq Abdullah, who's speaking at the moment.
मैं अपनी तरफ से, अपनी जमात की तरफ से, अपने ख़ानदान की तरफ से उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि पेश करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो काम छोड़ गए हैं बाकी वो हम लोग और दूसरे उसको पूरा कर सकेंगे और इस मुल्क को आगे ले सकें और भाईचारा रखें देशों के साथ।
डॉक्टर साहब, चूंकि जैसे आपने खुद कहा एक इकोनॉमिस्ट थे, क्योंकि ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी उनकी फिलॉसफी भी थी और कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी उन्हें जो इकोनॉमी में एक अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस ली थी, जिसकी वजह से हमारे मुल्क की सालमियत एक अलग लेवल पर आ गई थी। एक ऐसा भी
Right, that was of course Farooq Abdullah of the National Conference, but let me also I believe we are being joined by Selja Kumari of the Congress. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Ma'am, your last meeting with Dr. Manmohan Singh, if you could just share us a little bit about that.
Well, I went to see him in his house. Of course, we worked together for a long time during Narasimha Rao ji's Prime Ministership when Dr. Manmohan Singh was Finance Minister. And then, of course, when he was Prime Minister and I was a minister in his council. So we worked together for a long time, and I was always struck by his humility and the way he was always willing to help you out in any situation. I remember when I saw him, it was not very well in his house, and discussing everything about the party, about the country. And he seemed very concerned the direction which the country was taking. But he was always very humble, very decent, very, very decent. Never used a word out of place.
What kind of, we've of course seen the kind of overarching legacy that Dr. Manmohan Singh has left behind. But in terms of Congress, in terms of the party and the younger leaders of the party like you, what kind of an influence do you think he's had on you and your colleagues?
Let me tell you, once I remember when he was the finance minister, at that time, there was some work in the finance ministry. And then I asked him and he said, yes, I'll help you out. And, then, to be honest, I forgot about it. He met me after, I think, 2 or 3 weeks in the lobby and he said, yeah, what about that work that you were referring to? So, I was greatly humbled. I was greatly humbled by his demeanor and his, of course, everyone talks of his intelligence, his humility, and they were all so true, so true. Even when you were stuck in something, some policy or something regarding your ministry, he would always be the guiding light.
Mm-hmm. Right. Ma'am, of course, even in the recent times, due to his failing health, he was not so active in public politics, but he was always there as a guiding light in Congress. If you could just share us a few memories of, in the recent years, the kind of interactions that you've had or people in the Congress have had with late Dr. Manmohan Singh, especially to understand, the kind of legacy that he has had during his tenure as the Prime Minister of the country.
Yes, because we were in the opposition after 2014 and he used to come to Parliament, to Rajya Sabha quite often. I was also in Rajya Sabha at that time. And, again, he would stand up and wherever needed, never a word out of place, but very sharp intellect. And he would place the government on the mat, but in a very, very decent way. And whenever we interacted, he used to be very concerned at the direction the country was taking. But he was always very, I would also say that he would not just criticize for the sake of criticizing. He was always there, even which I think the government perhaps did not heed to that. He was always there to also support, extend cooperation in the interest of the country.
Right. Ma'am, this criticism has always come from the opposition at that time, of course, that he was always seen as a foil to Sonia Gandhi. The fact that the real authority actually lay with Mrs. Gandhi than with him when he was the Prime Minister. But as an insider, what would you say to those critics today?
No, the media at that time, if you remember, was very, very unkind. And they did try to run him down, but being witness to so many things during the government at that time, Mrs. Gandhi extended all possible courtesies to him. And he, because of his own personality, was very respectful of her. And I think it worked extremely well. You'll never see this kind of an example in history otherwise, that the way both of them worked together, Madam in her sagacity with her, whatever she could give support, whether it was in government or in the party, Madam gave all support to him. And he was very respectful. But in the government, he knew exactly what needs to be done, what needed to be done. And I'm sure that they discussed all those things between themselves.
Right. Especially during the second tenure of UPA 2, when he was the Prime Minister, then Ms. Selja, there's also been a lot of pressure on him at the time, especially because of all the cases that had been filed at that point. But you, again, having worked so closely with the late Dr. Singh at that point in time, if you could just share us a few anecdotes, if you have, as to how he handled that kind of pressure. As you said, that even he spoke about it, the fact that the media then was more unkind to him. But if you could just share us a few inside glimpses.
Yeah. I remember the second tenure, especially, when there was this dharna in Delhi and all these opposition parties joined hands. But he could handle it. I remember even in the cabinet, we used to discuss as to how to handle. Dada was there, Pranab Mukherjee Saab was there, and there was a particular situation which arose. But I think what I used to see was that he was willing to take advice from everybody, whether it was Sharad Pawarji, whether it was Dada, whether it was, even we were not as senior as those leaders, but whenever we had any suggestion to offer, he would listen very, very carefully. And in the cabinet, it was not that everybody else kept quiet. So we all used to give our views, and he used to listen to everyone. We were all given time to air our views.
Right. Ms. Kumari Selja also wanted to ask about the fact, and we are, of course, playing out sort of some of those excerpts today as well. He was, of course, largely known as, and a lot of people have written about it, that he was known as a silent Prime Minister, was not somebody who used to give a lot of speeches, but the kind of speeches that we have seen coming in from him in the Parliament, also that very important, very memorable, in a way, interactive speech that we saw with Sushma Swaraj back in the day in the Parliament. Also, if you could just share your memories of the late Dr. Manmohan Singh as the Prime Minister and his speeches in the Parliament.
They came. Yeah, sorry. They came from a generation, where Sher-o Shairi was quite, everyone used shares and couplets and to express their views. And he was very good at it. He was very good at it. I remember my father's generation. They were very good with all the Sher-o Shairi poetry, and they would express their views. And that was another side of him. Of course, most people saw him as someone very serious, but during our interactions, he would laugh. He would laugh also at times, and people would be very surprised. But, he had both kind of backgrounds. He came from a humble background, like most of our parents, rose up, because he worked hard, and because of his intelligence, diligence, he reached where he did. He was also a bureaucrat, a technocrat, but there was also this he had this political vein in him, which would make him understand the political nuances of what was happening all around, and he could deal with it very well. the party worked very well together with Mrs. Gandhi's guidance, his expertise.
Right, Selja Kumari there of the Congress, sharing her thoughts and her interactions with late Dr. Manmohan Singh. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. I'm also now joined by two guests, Aditi Fadnis, senior journalist, and Sandeep Shastri, director of academics in NIT Education. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us on the show. Even today, if you see, that was, of course, Selja Kumari of the Congress, but people from across party lines, Aditi Fadnis, we can see are, when they remember Dr. Manmohan Singh, they of course see him as a gentleman politician, somebody who was not very communicative, so to speak, and maybe in today's standards, but then nonetheless was seen as a very effective statesman, somebody who even the world leaders, the kind of tributes that we are seeing coming in from international leaders and dignitaries, also in a way clearly shows how he was remembered because of the kind of legacy and the contribution that he has made for India's growth over the years, and which is something that politicians across the party lines recognize even today.
Absolutely, I think we have to just cut his as in politics, just divide his career into three phases. One during his phase as finance minister, the second as in the first phase of the UPA government, and the second in the third phase of the second phase of the UPA government. So if you look at his role as finance minister, of course, I mean, India was going through extremely challenging times, and I shudder to think what would have happened if someone other than he had been the finance minister. He, could call any international leader. He had such high credentials that I remember President Obama saying that the only person for whom global leaders at a G8 meeting stood up to applaud, it was Manmohan Singh. So he was he could, frankly, the kind of tributes that are pouring in from international leaders who were finance ministers at the same time as him, Anwar Ibrahim, for instance, who was a Malaysian finance minister at that time. The kind of tribute and the tone of the tribute, well, it's something that I'm sure all leaders really aspire for. Dr. Manmohan Singh was an extraordinary individual, an extraordinary human being, both for the qualities of heart and head. And there are very few like him today in India.
Dr. Sandeep Shastri, if I can bring you in as well, when we talk about Manmohan Singh's legacy, we of course see him primarily as being the economist prime minister, the kind of long-lasting impact, something that the current government is also building on, even as we speak today, in terms of the foreign policies as well as, of course, the economic policies as well. But according to you, what do you think has been the biggest impact that Manmohan Singh had as a prime minister?
I think the most significant contribution which Dr. Manmohan Singh made was the way he brought turnarounds during critical moments. I see three phases in his career. One, before he became finance minister, when he headed organizations like the UGC or the Reserve Bank and did a splendid job there. And then as finance minister and finally as prime minister. In each of these three phases of his public life, you see immense contribution in terms of a turnaround that he created. The turnaround he was responsible for in education when he was chairman of UGC, the turnaround in the banking system when he was governor of Reserve Bank, the economic reforms that he introduced as the finance minister of the country, and finally, as a prime minister, the resolving of coalition contradictions, the accepting of responsibility and very silently, in a very self-effacing manner, leading a coalition. I remember one reference made. He was like the one who drank the poison in order to save the the image of a government and a party he was leading. Now, that was the type of person that Dr. Manmohan Singh was, an intellectual giant and somebody who involved himself in politics not like a typical politician, somebody who spoke very little, but whatever he spoke made tremendous sense and was always remembered and recalled by people. And the final point I'd like to make is even criticisms of Manmohan Singh are often not about Manmohan Singh as an individual, but people have used his shoulder to shoot at other things which they would like to oppose. But when it comes to Dr. Manmohan Singh as a person, I think there is respect for him across political parties in India and across leaders in the world, because they understood the depth of his knowledge and wisdom and his capacity to take people with him and the wonderful human being ultimately that he was. And this was something which everybody who interacted with him got an opportunity to see. I think when history records the last decade of the 21st century and the last decade of the 20th century and the first decade of the 21st century, I think there will be much, 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 much more credit that would be given to the contribution of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Right. Aditi Fadnis, coming back to you, while you were, of course, covering some of the events of Congress and also during the UPA era, did you also see that he was in a way largely overshadowed in decision-making in Congress? Because that has been, of course, something that has been written about him. We've also seen movies being made about that. But what we have in fact seen, and Dr. Manmohan Singh himself has also talked about it in a very minimalistic manner that is known of him, that is characteristic of him. The fact that he was also, it's not like that it has to be interpreted like that. It was seen as a bond that was shared between Sonia Gandhi and him that led to the way that UPA era was the way that UPA era in fact unfolded, rather than the manner in which it has been portrayed in popular forums.
Well, I totally agree with Dr. Shastri about the whole the evaluation of Dr. Singh. Certainly, there were people who were using the relationship between Dr. Manmohan Singh and Sonia Gandhi, two power centers in politics can never work properly. So there were people who were using one to score points against the other, and that happened a lot. I mean, Sonia Gandhi came into politics at a time when she felt that Rajiv Gandhi's legacy was being ignored. She led the Congress to victory in many ways. And Dr. Manmohan Singh was, many saw him as a recipient of work that actually she had done, and used this to try to drive a wedge between the two centers of power that existed at the time. So he was taking, I mean, the government was taking a decision, but they emphasized that it could be overruled anytime by a lady who lives just down the road at 10 Janpath. This was obviously undermining the Prime Minister's authority, an attempt to do that, and also to get things done which he would not have advised done. I mean, he was not going to ring up 10 Janpath to find out if Sonia Gandhi had actually asked for this, that, or the other decision to be taken.
Right.
Dr. Manmohan Singh tried his best. He really tried to navigate the complicated paths of politics. But as I said earlier, he was really swimming in a sea of sharks. And it was not easy for him always to get on top of the situation, particularly when there were a whole lot of people trying to manipulate the situation to their advantage.
Right. Aditi Fadnis, Sandeep Shastri, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's also listen in to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to say about late Dr. Manmohan Singh.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के निधन ने हम सभी के हृदय को गहरी पीड़ा पहुंचाई है। उनका जाना एक राष्ट्र के रूप में भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। विभाजन के उस दौर में बहुत कुछ खोकर भारत आना और यहां जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में उपलब्धियां हासिल करना ये सामान्य बात नहीं है। अभावों और संघर्षों से ऊपर उठकर कैसे ऊंचाइयों को हासिल किया जा सकता है, उनका जीवन ये सीख भावी पीढ़ी को देता रहेगा। एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। एक अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में उन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर भारत सरकार में अनेक सेवाएं दी। एक चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में उन्होंने रिजर्व बैंक के गवर्नर की भूमिका निभाई। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी की सरकार के वित्त मंत्री रहते हुए उन्होंने वित्तीय संकट से घिरे देश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देश के विकास में और प्रगति में उनके योगदान को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। जनता के प्रति, देश के विकास के प्रति उनका जो कमिटमेंट था उसे हमेशा बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाएगा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी का जीवन उनकी ईमानदारी और सादगी का प्रतिबिंब था। वो विलक्षण सांसद थे। उनकी विनम्रता, सौम्यता और उनकी बौद्धिकता उनके संसदीय जीवन की पहचान बनी। मुझे याद है कि इस साल की शुरुआत में जब राज्यसभा में उनका कार्यकाल समाप्त हुआ, तब मैंने कहा था कि सांसद के रूप में डॉक्टर साहब की निष्ठा सभी के लिए प्रेरणा जैसी है। सत्र के समय अहम मौकों पर वो व्हीलचेयर पर बैठकर आते थे, अपना संसदीय दायित्व निभाते थे। दुनिया के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों की शिक्षा लेने और सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर रहने के बाद भी वो अपनी सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि के मूल्यों को कभी भी नहीं भूले। उन्होंने हमेशा हर दल के व्यक्ति से संपर्क रखा, सबके लिए सहज उपलब्ध रहे। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनेक विषयों पर उनसे खुले मन से चर्चाएं होती थी। यहां दिल्ली आने के बाद भी मेरी उनसे समय समय पर बात होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी। मुझे उनसे हुई मुलाकातें, देश को लेकर हुई चर्चाएं हमेशा याद रहेगी। अभी जब उनका जन्मदिन था तब भी मैंने उनसे बात की थी। आज इस कठिन घड़ी में मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को सभी देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs, NDTV brought it all to you. your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the State of Governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are of course reporting on former Prime Minister late Dr. Manmohan Singh's death. He passed away at the age of 92. He was admitted at the emergency department of AIIMS last night, following which he passed away. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, a period marked by significant economic and social reforms. Manmohan Singh served as the Finance Minister in P.V. Narasimha Rao's government between 1991 to 1996, which was seen as the era of India's economic liberalization. The policies framed in that era led to India becoming the world's fastest growing major economy. As a Prime Minister, he led the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation, and introduced the Right to Information Act, which is seen as a tool promoting transparency in governance. His administration also enacted the Manrega, aiming to provide employment to rural households. So that is, of course, just a sliver of the legacy that Dr. Manmohan Singh has left behind. Let us also take a look at, we are, of course, digging into our archives here on NDTV to take out some of the interviews that late Dr. Manmohan Singh gave to us. Listen in.
I did not plan a political career, but accidents happen in life. Oh, I am in the system. I think, as I said, I came from outside the system. I'm wanting to become a part of the system. That transition takes time, but I think I think it is taking much smaller time. I had something to offer which might help to get the country moving once again, and fortunately it worked that way. Have a meeting to go to, I turn up in time. I think even in a party for us, I think you can set the clock by my arrival there. I insist, and that sometimes shames people, but I can't really force everybody, for example, to fall in line.
This whole chalta hai attitude must be, doesn't it trouble you that, we
it does trouble me.
इलेक्शंस के बारे में पहली बार इस रेस में आया हूं। मुझे इलेक्शन लड़ने का तजर्बा नहीं है। आप कांग्रेस के वर्कर्स हैं, ये इलेक्शन आप ही ने लड़ना है।
I thought I wouldn't last as finance minister for a long time. After many people make determined effort to dislodge me also.
Well, I don't want to mention my humble background. I don't want the country to take a pity on the basis of my background. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं। माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं, तू मेरा शौक तो देख, मेरा इंतजार देख।
I call myself an extinguished economist. People call me a distinguished economist. I said I am a distinguished, an extinguished economist.
Right, so that is of course some of the excerpts, the speeches of late Dr. Manmohan Singh from the interviews that he gave to NDTV, as well as some of his memorable speeches which were made in the parliament. One of India's most distinguished economist, technocrat and Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh passed away late last night at the age of 92. And he's, of course, we've seen the kind of tributes which are pouring in for him within India, across the party lines as well. Everyone remembering the legacy that he leaves behind, and also condolences pouring in from across the world with some of the dignitaries and international leaders also calling him a great champion. We'll of course be covering all aspects of this big story right here on NDTV, but for the moment we'll head into a short break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men. How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end. And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new heights. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This week on India Ascends. Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Nation mourns the loss of one of its most distinguished leaders. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at the age of 92. Tributes pour in from across political lines and also condolences from world leaders. We'll bring you all the aspects of this big story. But first up, the headlines. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at the age of 92. He was admitted in the emergency department of AIIMS last night. 7 days national mourning for late Manmohan Singh. Last rites tomorrow near Rajghat. Tributes pour in for late Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Leaders visit his residence to pay their last respects. Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to late Dr. Manmohan Singh, says his contribution to India's development is unparalleled. Condolences also pour in from international leaders and dignitaries. World remembers the great champion and architect of India's economic reforms. Our big focus, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away at the age of 92. He was admitted at the emergency department of AIIMS last night, following which his demise was announced. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, a period marked by significant economic and social reforms. Manmohan Singh served as the Finance Minister in P.V. Narasimha Rao's government between 1991 to 1996, which was seen as the era of India's economic liberalization. The policies framed in that era led to India becoming the world's fastest growing major economy. As Prime Minister, he led the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation, and introduced the Right to Information Act, promoting transparency in governance. His administration also enacted the Manrega, aiming to provide employment to rural households. And in his last press conference as Prime Minister in January 2014, Dr. Manmohan Singh made a remark that has made the rounds on social media multiple times over the past decade. Answering a question by NDTV Sunil Prabhu, he said that history would be kinder to him than the media was back then. Listen in.
So, sir, my question is very simple and straightforward. On the issue, I know there have been a lot of questions on corruption, on various other issues, but personally for you, many will accuse you As you said, history has to be kind and look at you and you'll come out unscathed. But many will look at you personally as being unable to actually act or rein in your own cabinet ministers. The fact that you allowed a situation to go out of hand, that you failed to act politically, which was required, and that you kept going back to a core group or to various other people but refused to act, and that is why we came to a stage where even the Supreme Court asked the Prime Minister's office and even indicted it for various acts of omission and commission. So how do you respond to that politically, and how do you see your legacy because of the failure of you to act in a
Well, I honestly believe that history will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or for that matter the opposition parties in parliament.
Right, and let me go across to Sunil Prabhu right now. Sunil, this was a question that you had asked back in 2014, and that is one of the most oft-quoted quotes by late Dr. Manmohan Singh, where he was, of course, talking about at a time when UPA 2, there were a lot of corruption cases engulfing the government back then. And this was his response in terms of the question that you posed to him, the fact that even if he himself was not directly responsible, but the fact that some of these cases, there had been a criticism of the fact that he could not rein in some of his ministers. So take us through the moment of that press conference when you had posed that question and the response that came from him directly.
Well, that was of a different time, of a different era, of a different vintage. Those were golden days of India's journalism. Today, I hope and pray that young journalists will remember those times and ask questions to the authorities in power. This is a clear revelation that, a man like Dr. Manmohan Singh, after finishing 10 years as the Prime Minister, had the ability to take on tough questions and respond to them with his self-effacing manner and his humbleness, his soft-spoken manner in trying to handle some of the most difficult periods of India's history. Please remember, right from 1991 till 2014, India was in a coalition era, and yet it brought in some epoch-making changes, be it in economic reforms, be it in the international era of, crossing that barrier of getting into to be recognized, not completely, but towards that ultimate goal of a nuclear state, and the fact that, the Five Eyes from the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and other countries helped to us to, get that much required clearance from the NSG, the waiver, so that we could have the Indo-US nuclear deal. The rest, of course, is a lot to be seen in terms of Dr. Manmohan Singh's legacy, the right-based programs, the right to information, which is a great benefit today, the right to employment, which is now called the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, and then, of course, a host of other right-based, right to education, and that list continues. So there were a huge amount of changes that took place, the right to food, something which withstood, be it the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program or other programs which helped India during the COVID period. And as Dr. Manmohan Singh used to often say, there can't be a better trickle-down effect than economic reforms, and the great Indian middle class, which created people like you and me and others, and which helped to ensure that the poor would be able to get a better deal. That, of course, has come under severe criticisms in recent times because of the kind of economic reforms that have been carried forward. But let's hope someday, the father of India's not only economic reforms and India's enlightened national interests in keeping our, interest internationally supreme, will get his due credit. He hasn't been given a Bharat Ratna. Hopefully someday, like Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Dr. Manmohan Singh would be remembered and recognized and given his due. As he said, history will be kinder to me.
That's right, history will be kinder to him. Those were one of his most quoted words coming in from Dr. Manmohan Singh on that question that Sunil, in fact, had asked to him back in 2014. But Sunil, also, as you were mentioning, that it's a self-effacing manner, and the fact that he did a lot of his work very quietly without much of a pomp and show, those were the characteristic hallmarks of the manner in which he led the government between 2004 to 2014. Take us through some of the moments that you remember through, from your interactions with him or while you were covering the Congress back then, on how, despite a lot of pressure and criticism which was directed to Manmohan Singh, especially in the second tenure as Prime Minister in UPA 2, how he was the epitome of grace under pressure and managed to handle the kind of criticism that was thrown at him, leveled at him, and according to himself only quite unkindly so by the media as well, in terms of how the policies were in fact doled out by the UPA 2 government in that era. There was a lot of controversy also which emerged from it, but he in a way held his ground in his characteristic quiet manner.
That's right. There is a lot to be said and a lot to be written, and a lot of books have been written about UPA 1 and UPA 2. Dr. Manmohan Singh always believed that whatever he did should be in the better interest of the country and its people. And that was, and there were, of course, a huge amount of contradictions because he was managing a coalition with regional aspirations, regional partners. People today, he had to deal with a lot of tantrums from Mamata Banerjee to the late Karunanidhi to others. But he still managed those days effectively well. There were definitely, when you say, coalition government, everybody was given a free hand to deal with their ministries, unlike what it is today. Those were days where and it started off right from the time India saw its first coalition government, and that's the reason for why we have seen how things have unfolded, be it during the National Front government or, for that matter, the UF government, and then after that, Mr. Vajpayee's coalition, all had their own internal contradictions in terms of how to manage things. That's a period where many of these prime ministers had to walk a tightrope to handle difficult situations. I can give you an example. For example, the right to information. Dr. Manmohan Singh and the National Advisory Council were all in agreement that there should be a right to information, much against the liking of the bureaucrats at that time. So much so that even the late President Abdul Kalam, and we were the first to break that story at that time, had raised objections to the right to information after he gave his assent. But Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man that he was, wrote back a self-effacing, very sweet letter, a secret note back to the President of India, saying that we will definitely look at your considerations and try to ensure that the right to information guarantees a privileged communication between the President and the Prime Minister in terms of how things should progress. That being said, it went on to a stage where he had to politely say no to the UPA chairperson, Sonia Gandhi, all covered on NDTV during that entire period. It's been a lot, and to say can't do justice on a bulletin like this, but definitely Dr. Manmohan Singh had a unique style, a unique personality. There will and will always be only one Dr. Manmohan Singh. India was blessed to have him as a Prime Minister, soft-spoken, rare to find in Indian politics, as I say, a great Indian indeed.
Right. Sunil, stay with us. Let's also play out that interaction or the answer to your question once again.
My question is very simple and straightforward on the issue. I know there have been a lot of questions on corruption, on various other issues, but personally for you, many will accuse you, as you said, history has to be kind and look at you and you'll come out unscathed. But many will look at you personally as being unable to actually act or rein in your own cabinet ministers. The fact that you allowed a situation to go out of hand, that you failed to act politically, which was required, and that you kept going back to a co-group or to various other people but refused to act, and that is why we came to a stage where even the Supreme Court asked the Prime Minister's office and even indicted it for various acts of omission and commission. So how do you respond to that politically, and how do you see your legacy because of the failure of you to act in a
Well, I honestly believe that history will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or for that matter, the opposition parties in parliament.
Right, Sunil Prabhu there with that question, of course. Sunil, coming back to you once again, as you were mentioning that Manmohan Singh led a government, a coalition government, which is unlike the coalition government that we have seen over the past 10 years or so, where Congress wasn't in majority. So managing its partners was one of the huge challenges. And despite all the criticism that we have seen Manmohan Singh having received at that point in time of being, from terms being used as that he was reluctant prime minister, maybe a misfit for the job, but the kind of astute politician that we had seen him emerging at that point in time in managing those partners, as you yourself were saying, in a way proves otherwise. If you just take us through some of the moments that you remember having covered the UPA in those times.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, he was a reluctant politician, but went on to enjoy that job and really believed that personal relations shouldn't be ever soured at any stage. He was mild-mannered, kept his cool, kept his equilibrium, and had his way of handling certain difficult situations through those manners in terms of, for example, when the left front, if you recall in 2008, pulled down, decided to withdraw from the government its support because of the decision of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to continue with the Indo-US nuclear deal. Mind you, he had started work and preparations for this way back in 2004, 2005, consulting then leaders of the left parties about the decision. It's in that backdrop that Dr. Manmohan Singh continued zealously. He could be extremely stubborn on certain issues that he felt were important in India's interest. He believed that India is realignment in terms of the new international sphere is critical and important, and it's in that backdrop that he continued that decision, much to the dislike of many within the party and those who covered it at that time. Why is he being stubborn on an important issue like this? But that was Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he was able not only to pledge his government but help it and help the Congress revive after that trust vote to win for the Congress party a much better and do well in the 2009 elections. So that was him. He had the support of the Samajwadi Party at that stage. Many would have said that he didn't take corrective measures in UPA2. The Congress became slightly arrogant with the fact that they had already won the second term, and as he had then said, and was very keen on now the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, to be join his cabinet, who refused to do so at this stage. It was always Dr. Manmohan Singh as well as Mrs. Gandhi, his Sonia Gandhi, who was the UPA chairperson, who were keen that Rahul Gandhi, in fact, there was a delay in cabinet formation in 2009 because they wanted him to be part of the cabinet to understand the nitty-gritties of governance, which is critical if you want to be a politician, something that he reluctantly and stood fast against joining the Manmohan Singh government, both in the UPA 1 and UPA 2, which was something that Dr. Manmohan Singh wasn't very happy. The other, of course, is about the gate crashing of a press conference in Press Club, of which I was present. A lot is said, Tanima, about the fact that, there was a tearing of an ordinance. I was physically present there. There was no tearing of an ordinance. It was a thrashing of an ordinance of what he said it should be. He said it literally that he meant that it should be done. And at that stage, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was in Washington and getting ready to meet the then President of the United States of America. Many of his then former advisors were saying that he will resign and everything else. I went back to ask Dr. Manmohan Singh later on about that entire critical period, and as he said, it didn't come across to my mind. No less than Rahul Gandhi came and apologized, for which we reported it on NDTV. And a very important point that Dr. Manmohan Singh said, he said that whatever I did was not only in the national interest, but also to ensure I was always grateful to Mrs. Gandhi and the Congress party, and nothing should be done to be detrimental towards that survival. So his loyalty has been steadfast, not only to the Congress party, but to a special relationship that he had with the then UPA chairperson, Sonia Gandhi, who he had a great equation with.
Right. Sunil Prabhu there, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's also listen in to some of the speeches, interviews which have come in from Dr. Manmohan Singh over the years.
I did not plan a political career, but accidents happen in life. Oh, I am in the system. I think, as I said, I came from outside the system. I'm wanting to become a part of the system. That transition takes time, but I think it is taking much smaller time. I had something to offer which might help to get the country moving once again, and fortunately it worked that way. Have a meeting to go to, I turn up in time. I think even in a party for us, I think you can set the clock by my arrival there. I insist, and that sometimes shames people, but I can't really force everybody, for example, to fall in line.
This whole chalta hai attitude must be, doesn't it trouble you that, we
it does trouble me.
Elections के बारे में पहली बार इस रेस में आया हूँ. मुझे इलेक्शन लड़ने का तजर्बा नहीं है. आप कांग्रेस के वर्कर्स हैं. ये इलेक्शन आप ही ने लड़ना है.
I thought I wouldn't last as finance minister for a long time. After many people make determined effort to dislodge me also. Well, I don't want to mention my humble background. I don't want the country to take a pity on the basis of my background. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. तू मेरा शौक तो देख, मेरा इंतजार देख. I call myself an extinguished economist. People call me a distinguished economist. I said I am a distinguished, an extinguished economist.
Right, some of the interviews and comments which have in fact become memorable over the years of Dr. Manmohan Singh there that we are playing out. Let me also bring in my colleague Vasudha, who's been reporting from the Congress headquarters here in the national capital. Vasudha, we've seen the outpouring of tributes which have come in for Dr. Manmohan Singh across party lines, but for the Congress people, of course, for the Congress workers, for the Congress leaders, in his own quiet and self-effacing manner, Dr. Manmohan Singh left a huge legacy behind. In fact, we were talking to Kumari Selja also earlier in the show, where she said that the kind of impact that he had even on younger Congress people like herself at that point in time spoke volumes, despite the fact that he was, in a way, popularly seen as a reluctant politician.
That's right, Tanima, and I come to you from right outside the Congress office, and this is a party that he was completely dedicated to, a parliamentarian for 33 years, somebody who always took the Rajya Sabha route because, ever since he lost that one election in 1999 from South Delhi, he always felt it was safer to take the Rajya Sabha route, and that also was reflective of the fact that Manmohan Singh knew what his strengths were and, where his limitations are as a human being, as a politician. And I think if you look at the kind of imprint his legacy has, with respect to India's economic policies, with respect to India's strategic policies, specifically with regard to the kind of relations we have with the West now, with America now, and also most importantly the imprint that he leaves on India's governance, for that matter, bringing in legislation like RTE, RTI, the Unique Identification Authority, which now brings out Aadhaar, which has now become a national identity of sorts, and the rural employment scheme, Manrega, rural health mission. Many of these have been carried forward by successive governments, but in some ways he did play a very important role in governance, geopolitics, and most importantly his enduring legacy in bringing those liberal reforms of 1991, opening India to the world and opening the world to India at a time when our forex resources were very low, our fiscal deficit was very high. It was a challenging time, but of course he steered India in a very balanced way through that IMF bailout. Politically, he was not completely a politician. He does not owe the Gandhi family or the Congress party any of his accomplishments. He comes from very humble background, which is why if you look at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's post, paying tributes to him, he talks about his humble background. He talks about his legacy as a parliamentarian, and most importantly, he talks about him being a distinguished leader of the country whose work affected thousands of people, and he used to say this one thing, that development needs to have a human face to it, and that I think was reflective in the way he brought in many legislations. And when it came to the Indo-nuclear deal with the United States of America, he made sure that his agency and autonomy spoke over anything else. He got the Samajwadi Party in an act of political, astuteness when the left was threatening to walk out of the government. So clearly a man of several skills, somebody who maintained a quiet dignity throughout his tenure and even after that. But of course, his second tenure saw a lot of, political and corruption scandals. But of course, that did not really sort of impact his personal integrity, but his personality, being seen as a weak and a meek Prime Minister, was the central point of the BJP's campaign in 2014, which I'm sure must have really impacted him personally, but then he took it in his stride. He remained politically very, convinced and committed to his, devotion to the Congress party, unlike several of his other contemporaries at the same time that the BJP flirted with later on. So here, of course, a man of cerebral values, a man of wisdom, and like Barack Obama said, a man of uncommon wisdom and decency. And, I don't know of many, US presidents like here, George W. Bush, and of course, Barack Obama also praising Manmohan Singh in the past, shows that he did have a lot of grit and, wisdom and intelligence about him. And he leaves behind a legacy that generations will talk about when it comes to the growth and development of the country. And Congress office will, of course, receive his body tomorrow. The family is waiting for his daughter to come back. And this is a place, this is a party that, of course, made him the Prime Minister for 2 terms, but he knew his limitations. While there was sharing of power, the sharing of authority was always questioned because Sonia Gandhi remained the UPA chairperson and the NAC chairperson. NAC was a very important, powerful body then, which was also the backbone of several legislations that came about. So clearly, in Sunil Prabhu's question that was asked, the answer reflected that the Prime Minister then, Manmohan Singh, knew that there were limitations to it, and he clearly accepted that there were compulsions of coalition politics, and more importantly, he can't talk about everything that happens in the cabinet openly, and that history will be kinder to him than contemporary media.
That's right, Vasudha, as you were mentioning, you're reporting from the Congress office. I believe that there is some sort of a commemoration event which is lined up for the evening later today.
Absolutely. So that is with regard to Manmohan Singh. Remember, Tanima, this Manmohan Singh's passing away also comes at a very difficult time for the Congress party. They, it also comes at an interesting time because they were supposed to take out an Ambedkar Yatra commemorating, optimizing on what the Congress party feels would help in its search. This controversy around a part of Home Minister Amit Shah's speech on Ambedkar in the Rajya Sabha. But of course, that Yatra has been put off now. In fact, the CWC meeting, which was to commemorate the first and only CWC meeting that Mahatma Gandhi presided over of the Congress party, that meeting has now been put off. Congress leaders are taking flights. They're coming back to Delhi. And that is one reason why there's been a delay, because most of the Congress leadership is in Belagavi and they're all coming back one by one. And that commemoration event, something in the honor of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who took a backseat from politics completely. He maintained a low profile after his tenure got over. He was not really seen much in public. The last time I think all of us saw him was when he came on a wheelchair to cast his vote in the no trust motion in the parliament. That was sort of like a very touching moment for all of us, because he showed that he was committed in his duties as a parliamentarian. So this tribute is for the two-term Prime Minister of the country, the first person from the Sikh community to become the Prime Minister of the country, and also someone who has held several public positions, be it the Governor of RBI, be it the Deputy Chairperson of the Planning Commission, Head of UGC, Advisor to Prime Ministers on the economy and foreign trade. So clearly a man whose accomplishments, clearly outshone that of his rivals.
They're reporting from the Congress office. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll also, in fact, head into a short break. But while we do so, listen in to some of the memorable quotes and interviews and speeches from Dr. Manmohan Singh himself.
I did not plan a political career, but accidents happen in life. Oh, I am in the system. I think, as I said, I came from outside the system. I'm wanting to become a part of the system. That transition takes time, but I think it is taking much smaller time. I had something to offer which might help to get the country moving once again, and fortunately it worked that way. Have a meeting to go to, I turn up in time. I think even in a party for us, I think you can set the clock by my arrival there. I insist, and that sometimes shames people, but I can't really force everybody, for example, to fall in line.
This whole chalta hai attitude must be, doesn't it trouble you that, we
it does trouble me.
इलेक्शंस के बारे में पहली बार इस रेस में आया हूँ। मुझे इलेक्शन लड़ने का तजर्बा नहीं है। आप कांग्रेस के वर्कर्स हैं, ये इलेक्शन आप ही ने लड़ना है।
I thought I wouldn't last as finance minister for a long time. After many people make determined effort to dislodge me also. Well, I don't want to mention my humble background. I don't want the country to take a pity on the basis of my background. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. तू मेरा शौक तो देख, मेरा इंतजार देख. I call myself an extinguished economist. People call me a distinguished economist. I said I am a distinguished, an extinguished economist.
I did not plan a political career, but accidents happen in life. Oh, I am in this system.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी.
When Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new heights. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
Welcome back. Our top focus and only focus, in fact, so far on the channel is late Dr. Manmohan Singh's demise. He passed away at the age of 92. He's, of course, known as a technocrat, someone who revolutionized the economy of the country, in a way liberalized the country's economy back in the 1990s, and, of course, was the Prime Minister between 2004 and 2014. Let's listen into some of the tributes which have come in for Dr. Manmohan Singh, especially from the Prime Minister.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के निधन ने हम सभी के हृदय को गहरी पीड़ा पहुंचाई है। उनका जाना एक राष्ट्र के रूप में भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। विभाजन के उस दौर में बहुत कुछ खोकर भारत आना और यहां जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में उपलब्धियां हासिल करना ये सामान्य बात नहीं है। अभावों और संघर्षों से ऊपर उठकर कैसे ऊंचाइयों को हासिल किया जा सकता है, उनका जीवन ये सीख भावी पीढ़ी को देता रहेगा। एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। एक अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में उन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर भारत सरकार में अनेक सेवाएं दी। एक चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में उन्होंने रिजर्व बैंक के गवर्नर की भूमिका निभाई। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी की सरकार के वित्त मंत्री रहते हुए उन्होंने वित्तीय संकट से घिरे देश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देश के विकास में और प्रगति में उनके योगदान को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। जनता के प्रति, देश के विकास के प्रति उनका जो कमिटमेंट था, उसे हमेशा बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाएगा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी का जीवन उनकी ईमानदारी और सादगी का प्रतिबिंब था। वो विलक्षण सांसद थे। उनकी विनम्रता, सौम्यता और उनकी बौद्धिकता उनके संसदीय जीवन की पहचान बनी। मुझे याद है कि इस साल की शुरुआत में जब राज्यसभा में उनका कार्यकाल समाप्त हुआ, तब मैंने कहा था कि सांसद के रूप में डॉक्टर साहब की निष्ठा सभी के लिए प्रेरणा जैसी है। सत्र के समय अहम मौकों पर वो व्हीलचेयर पर बैठकर आते थे, अपना संसदीय दायित्व निभाते थे। दुनिया के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों की शिक्षा लेने और सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर रहने के बाद भी वो अपनी सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि के मूल्यों को कभी भी नहीं भूले। उन्होंने हमेशा हर दल के व्यक्ति से संपर्क रखा, सबके लिए सहज उपलब्ध रहे। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनेक विषयों पर उनसे खुले मन से चर्चाएं होती थी। यहां दिल्ली आने के बाद भी मेरी उनसे समय समय पर बात होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी। मुझे उनसे हुई मुलाकातें, देश को लेकर हुई चर्चाएं हमेशा याद रहेगी। अभी जब उनका जन्मदिन था तब भी मैंने उनसे बात की थी। आज इस कठिन घड़ी में मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को सभी देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
Right, let me bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's outside Manmohan Singh's residence here in the national capital. Sunil, we know that Dr. Manmohan Singh gave up his Rajya Sabha seat earlier this year. Over the last few years, while you've been covering the Congress, how did you see Manmohan Singh remained active as far as Congress party's activities were concerned, and also in his public life?
Well, as soon as he demitted office, he slowly retired in a way from active politics. There were the occasional times when he would be there. For example, when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had to were arrested in the National Herald case, he stood as a personal guarantee at that time and went to the court. That was a rare political occurrence, or for that matter, when he was, court arrested in Parliament Street during the time of demonetization in 2017, and he went into the police station of Parliament Street. Those were the very rare occasions where you would see Dr. Manmohan Singh get into active political opposition life, as one would see it. Even as an opposition leader, before he became Prime Minister, he was more scholarly, more erudite, used his parliamentary skills and debating skills to speak about certain issues which were critical for India's and the country's progress. That being said, for me personally, I would always wait in the corridors of the Rajya Sabha after the finance minister would give his speech to get his 1 minute or 2 minute liners on my iPhone so that the rest of the world could listen to his views on what he felt were the takeaways from an important financial statement. And one of them, of course, was that important and pivotal remark about, increasing the national farm income, where he said it was a tall order. There was a promise that was made in 2015 or 2016, memory fails me, when they said we will double the farmers' income by 2020. That's, of course, never happened. And Dr. Manmohan Singh, criticized that, saying that you need to have it, go ahead and quadruple, which is not possible because he himself knew finance through his fingertips. He was extremely well. Not only had he been finance minister for 5 years, prior to that he was chief economic advisor, deputy chairman, planning commission. He has been in so many roles where he had numbers at his fingertip, and he knew how to read a cabinet note much better than anybody else. So those were the days of his opposition. And then, of course, my entry into parliament and got restricted, and the rest, of course, was the last occasion when after COVID he slowly couldn't take it anymore and became extremely difficult. I'm told, Tanima, we have somebody who was a close confidant and the principal who's his principal advisor, principal secretary to the Prime Minister for 10 years, Mr. T.K. Nair, a good old friend of Dr. Manmohan Singh, as well as to me online, and let's welcome him to joining on this chat as the nation remembers Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Right, Mr. T.K. Nair, former Principal Secretary to Dr. Manmohan Singh, joining us in the broadcast, as Sunil Prabhu there said. Mr. Nair, thank you for speaking to us here on NDTV. On this day, of course, you've worked with him for 10 years. We can understand your personal loss in this case, but if you could just share with our viewers the memories that you have attached with Dr. Manmohan Singh, especially during while you were working with him very closely as the Principal Secretary.
My memory of Dr. Manmohan Singh is that of a person who dedicated his entire life to the service of his country. Throughout his life, he worked tirelessly in different capacities, pursuing what he believed to be the interest of the people of this country. Before becoming Prime Minister, he was Finance Minister, he was Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and he held many other positions even in government before that, particularly as Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission. He was Member Secretary of the South under or with Julius Narendra, and therefore he has had a vast experience in various aspects of governance before he became the Prime Minister. And the country, even today, remembers the path-breaking reforms he brought about while he was Finance Minister. During those days, he literally opened the country to foreign investment and foreign capital, which would go a long way in building industry and infrastructure in the country. At times he was perhaps misunderstood, but all the time he kept in mind what he believed to be in the interest of the country and its people. The many very path-breaking programs and policies that he initiated, which are continuing even today, maybe under different names with the different shades, they stand ample testimony to his vision and his service to the people. We remember that one of the most outstanding achievement of the UPA government under him was the introduction of the legislation providing employment to the rural people. The Rural Employment Guarantee Program, which continues even today, was a great contribution which recognized the importance of providing gainful employment to the large number of our rural people. Similarly, programs, Food for Work program and other programs which are directed against them or directed at the poorer sections of society, they all are thanks to the initiative taken by Dr. Manmohan Singh. At the same time, while initiating these path-breaking reforms, he made it a point to make sure that the credit for these schemes and the credit for the good work that the government is being done is not appropriated by him. He was a true Democrat. He believed in sharing, his responsibilities, and also the credit that goes with the fulfillment of those responsibilities with his cabinet colleagues. He believed in building consensus among his colleagues and then only go ahead with programs. This may have taken a process, consultative process in a democracy, takes a little time, but their effect and impact would be lasting. So, to the democratic processes in India, Dr. Manmohan Singh's contribution is most memorable, just as his contribution in the economic field. One of the most lasting contributions, one of the most outstanding achievements which gives him credit is the way he arrived at the Indo-US nuclear deal. Of course, a lot of it depended upon the great personal chemistry between the then President of America, Bush, and the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. But the deal or the agreement put an end to the nuclear apartheid of India, but at the same time it roused serious objections in many sections of Indian society. But he was undaunted by this criticism. He stood his ground, and finally, over a period of time, the expected benefits of the deal are benefiting the country.
Mr. Nair, if I can permit it to ask you a question. I just wanted to, for our viewers, there was a special relationship that Dr. Manmohan Singh had with the UPA chairperson, the then UPA chairperson and former Congress President Sonia Gandhi. If you can explain to our viewers what exactly was that relationship, because you were, somebody who was close and knew what exactly happened. This relationship was much misunderstood, as you say, in terms of Dr. Manmohan Singh. If you can tell the nation what really happened during those days in those 10 years from 2004 to 2014, and how you all handled many a crisis.
Well, I can say very emphatically that between Madam Sonia Gandhi and the late Manmohan Singh, there was excellent personal rapport. Their understanding was nearly perfect as far as I can recall. Mrs. Gandhi made it a point to visit Dr. Manmohan Singh regularly, every few days. Although Dr. Manmohan Singh was, in the beginning, insistent or keen to go to Mrs. Gandhi and talk to her, but she made it a point, she insisted upon coming to the 7 RCR and meet Prime Minister for exchanging views and for ideas about the conduct of government and its policies. So the relationship was excellent, based on a mutual understanding of what the country demanded. I think more than their own personal interests, more than their own personal egos, I think they both gave importance to the good and to the good of the country, to the benefit of the people.
As you were talking about your time while you were working with late Dr. Manmohan Singh, he is known for his steadfast honesty. That is something that people are commenting on even today. So any anecdotes or any personal memories that you share to, tell our viewers about how Dr. Manmohan Singh was a politician like no other?
Pardon me, I didn't get the last part of what you said.
Right. I was saying that Dr. Manmohan Singh was known for his steadfast honesty as a Prime Minister and even as a politician. So any personal memories that you have to share working with him as a Principal Secretary to show how he was unlike other politicians?
Well, the most striking feature about him was his humility. His humility, he personified humility in politics. I do not believe that there has been any other politician as humble as he is. So that quality stood him in good stead. And also the fact that he was not trying to perpetuate himself or, his governance. He did not, for a single day, think about what is going to be his future. That is not his concern. He was not a politician who was trying to consolidate his power and to consolidate the power for becoming, coming back to power again and again. So that thought never occurred to him, and that gave him so much of freedom and so much of mental equanimity to proceed with what he thought was right for the country. So country first, country last, that to my mind was the motto with which he lived and worked.
Right, nation first always for Dr. Manmohan Singh. Mr. T.K. Nair, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, and also my colleague Sunil Prabhu. It's time for us to head into a short break, but we'll continue covering this big story on the other side. So stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided
Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at the age of 92. He was admitted in emergency department of All India Institute of Medical Sciences last night. 7 days national mourning for late Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Tributes pour in for late Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Leaders visit his residence to pay their last respects. Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to late Dr. Manmohan Singh, says his contribution to India's development is unparalleled. Condolences pour in from international leaders and dignitaries. World leaders remember the great champion, architect of India's economic reforms. Indian cricket team's ode to Manmohan Singh. Men in blue wear black armband for former Prime Minister. India team's tribute on day 2 of India-Australia Test. Hello and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. We are starting with some news which is coming in from Tamil Nadu at this moment. BJP's Tamil Nadu chief Annamalai, in fact, started his self-flogging, whipping himself as a mark of protest against the DMK government. Tamil Nadu BJP chief, in fact, is also going to fast for 48 hours. He said he will stay barefoot till DMK is ousted. This protest is against the sexual assault case where Annamalai, in fact, was protesting after the Anna University case where a girl was allegedly raped and after, in fact, in VRs just 2 days back. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us with more details at this moment. Sam, in politics, optics and visuals play a very important role. And what Annamalai is doing at this moment, how is it being seen by the people of Tamil Nadu as BJP goes on an offensive against DMK?
Well, mixed reactions coming from ordinary people, Ankit. Some say he has taken a unusual route, a spiritual route in the Dravidian heartland. How much effective will that be? We'll have to wait and watch. But some welcome this, saying that he is a young politician who has taken up this sexual assault case in a serious way, and he has to be applauded for this kind of what he calls a spiritual fight. Whether it will work or not, that's something we'll have to wait and see. But he's certainly eyeing the 2026 assembly elections in Tamil Nadu after the BJP could not win even a single seat in the 2024 Lok Sabha election. And there is so much of pressure on Annamalai, in fact, because when he was made the state chief, there was a perception that he would change the dynamics for the party where in a state where it has very negligible presence. But two elections were fought, but the BJP could not really make it big. And it's in this context he's trying this measure now. He says the police have deliberately leaked the FIR in the sexual assault case in Chennai, and they're trying to trivialize and normalize it. And he has also decided to go barefoot till what he calls the DMK government in Tamil Nadu is ousted. But the ruling DMK has said that Annamalai is trying to politicize a very serious issue. They point out that the police had arrested the alleged perpetrator in 5 hours' time. FIR was filed and he has been put behind bars. Investigation is underway. And the Higher Education Department is also holding talks with universities in a bid to strengthen security measures in terms of averting this kind of a crisis. And they say he is trying to play politics out of this serious issue. For specific question in terms of how the FIR was leaked, the police say inadvertently the FIR got uploaded on the police website, which should not have been the case because of the nature of this kind of a case, and they say it was not a deliberate act. And they say the law is taking its course, and people in the state have the courage to report cases like this. And unlike the law minister says, during the AIIMS regime earlier, when there was a major sex scandal in Pollachi, the survivors were scared even to give a police complaint, but now it's not the case. Police have swung into action, took action immediately, and even the survivors have come forward to fight. That's a difference, they say. But we'll have to wait and watch how this would pan out, whether this will help the BJP to expand their footprint or not. We'll have to wait and see.
Sam, let me also ask you what is happening as far as the investigation in this case is concerned.
Investigation, police have confirmed this particular man has been involved in sexual harassment cases and sexual assault cases in the past. He is known to be a biryani seller outside the campus in another part of Chennai. How he managed to enter the campus, that's the big question. Are there any other people involved? Some unconfirmed reports say police are also investigating the phone calls he had received when he was on the campus, when he was harassing the young woman student. All these at the moment have not come officially, but the police are investigating multiple angles to see whether this has been a racket going on for quite some time, whether it has been blackmailing or harassing, or has he sexually assaulted other students as well on the campus. That's the investigation. On these lines, investigation is going on. But he has been remanded, sent to judicial custody for 2 weeks. And certainly many tough questions being asked in terms of public safety, women's safety, in terms of how a campus like Anna University could have a malfunctioning CCTVs, and in some areas there were no street lights, and how an outsider could actually enter the campus, such a prestigious campus, how access was easy for such kind of a person who has a very bad track record with respect to harassing women.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Sam Daniel reporting there from Chennai on this story. Moving on now, Telugu actor Allu Arjun, who is accused in stampede case after a woman died in a stampede during the premiere of his latest film Pushpa 2, appeared through video conferencing before a local court on Friday. Allu Arjun, who was named as accused number 11, also filed a regular bail petition in the court, which may come up for hearing on December 30th. The actor, who was arrested on December 13th in connection with the incident, was produced before the Nampally court, which remanded him to a 14-day judicial custody, which ended today. He was to present himself before the court as part of further proceedings, and he appeared through video conferencing. Tanushka joins us with more details from the court at this moment. Tanushka, so he appeared before the court through video conferencing. Understandable, because it creates a lot of logistical issues with a star coming into a local court, police paraphernalia, and so on and so forth. But what happened in the hearing, and what was Allu Arjun's side on this?
Right, Ankit. So, Allu Arjun was presented virtually at his court hearing. This was the court hearing for his regular bail petition. Remember, he's already been granted interim bail, and his interim bail has been extended currently because in today's hearing at Nampally court, the court postponed his regular bail petition hearing to Monday. So the hearing for his regular bail petition will continue on Monday, and until then, his interim bail has been extended. His interim bail hearing will happen on January 10th, and his remand hearing is also to take place shortly. Remember, Allu Arjun's remand was until today. He was sent to remand by the Telangana High Court on December 13th. Earlier as well, Telangana High Court had granted him an interim bail, which is why and how he has been out and about. And currently, what we are waiting is his remand hearing and his interim bail hearing. And of course, in the lower court, his regular bail petition application still, exists. And for that, the hearing will happen on Monday.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details at this moment. Tanushka reporting from Hyderabad on this story. Moving on now. Moving on now to the top focus here on NDTV. Former Prime Minister, stalwart of Indian politics, economics, Dr. Manmohan Singh passed away at the age of 92. He was admitted at the Emergency Department of All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, a period that marked significant economic and social reforms. Manmohan Singh served as the Finance Minister in P.V. Narasimha Rao government from between 1991 and 1996, which has seen as era of India's economic liberalization. The policies framed in that era led to India becoming world's fastest growing major economy. Prime Minister Singh, he led, in fact, the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending India's nuclear isolation, and introduced the Right to Information Act, prompting transparency in governance. His administration also enacted Manrega, aiming to provide employment to the rural households. He's a champion of the masses, man whose economics truly transformed India's picture. Now a state funeral will be held tomorrow. Leaders from across the political spectrum are paying their tributes to former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh.
Sir, my question is very simple and straightforward on the issue. I know there have been a lot of questions on corruption, on various other issues, but personally for you, many will accuse you, as you said, history has to be kind, and look at you and you'll come out unscathed. But many will look at you personally as being unable to actually act or rein in your own cabinet ministers. The fact that you allowed a situation to go out of hand, that you failed to act politically, which was required, and that you kept going back to a co-group or to various other people but refused to act, and that is why we came to a stage where even the Supreme Court asked the Prime Minister's office and even indicted it for various acts of omission and commission. So how do you respond to that politically, and how do you see your legacy because of the failure of you to act in a
Well, I honestly believe that history will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or for that matter the opposition parties in parliament.
What a Prime Minister. In fact, that was Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's last press conference, and an impromptu one where more than 70 journalists did shoot out questions at Prime Minister. There was no holds bar, no scripted questions, in fact, that were asked of the Prime Minister, and he responded to those questions. Let's take a look at this moment on the life and times of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh.
I honestly believe that history will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or for that matter, the opposition parties in parliament.
Famous words from Dr. Manmohan Singh at the last major press interaction in 2014 before the general elections. The man who served as Prime Minister for 10 years had a huge impact on modern India. Born in Gah, now in Pakistan, Dr. Singh's family migrated to India during partition in 1947. After obtaining his doctorate in economics from Oxford, Dr. Singh first worked for the United Nations in the 1960s. In the 1970s, he began a long career in the bureaucracy, including as RBI Governor, Chief Economic Advisor and Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission. But his first big moment came during the economic crisis of 1991, when he served as the Finance Minister under Prime Minister Narendra Rao. Dr. Singh carried out the most comprehensive reforms India has seen by opening up the economy through liberalization. In 2004, the Congress emerged as the single largest party in a shock general election that saw the unexpected defeat of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. There was a clamour for Sonia Gandhi to take over as Prime Minister of a Congress-led coalition, but Mrs. Gandhi struggled with the decision for days. A week later, she surprised everyone when she announced that Dr. Manmohan Singh would be her choice for Prime Minister.
I'm very happy. I think our country will be safe in Dr. Manmohan Singh's hands.
And so the UPA was born, with coalition partners from the Congress as disparate as the DMK from Tamil Nadu to the CPI and the CPM, with whom the Prime Minister would share a rocky relationship. That coalition was first tested after the India-US nuclear deal of 2005. It was a landmark agreement made by Dr. Singh and then US President George W. Bush. India, which has faced international pressure to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or the NPT, after its nuclear tests in 1974 and 1998, was now on its way towards joining the global nuclear club.
Civilian nuclear energy has a greater role in meeting global energy demands.
His first term was also marked with the passage of key laws, like the Right to Information, Rural Health Mission and Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. But there was also whispers about who was really in charge. Sonia Gandhi had taken over head of the NAC, a body called the National Advisory Council, and critics said she was the one actually calling the shots. In his first term, diplomatic ties with the United States were strengthened, as were ties with Europe, Japan and Iran. Dr. Singh got on famously with George W. Bush and Barack Obama. He was well respected on the global stage. Ties with Pakistan also improved for some years. Back-channel talks almost paved the way for movement forward on Kashmir. The famous Manmohan Musharraf four-step formula, which would have made boundaries irrelevant and enabled more contact across the LOC. However, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks in 2008 completely changed the trajectory. The UPA came back with a bigger mandate, with Dr. Manmohan Singh advertised as the Congress's face for Prime Minister. India had given Dr. Singh a big thumbs up, but the second term was nothing like the first. Allegations surfaced of large-scale corruption in the Commonwealth Games, on coal block allocations and most famously, the 2G scam, which a court years later has upheld never happened. The appeals are pending. The opposition accused Dr. Singh of not speaking up, of being a mute spectator to rampant corruption.
और आज उन्हें इस गंभीर विषय पर प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आकर एक वक्तव्य करें।
The Nirbhaya gang rape of December 2012, the poor handling of the protests and the public anger was another low point for Dr. Singh's prime ministership.
My opinion on the ordinance is that it should be torn up and thrown away.
Dr. Singh may not have been the most eloquent prime minister, but he had his moments, like this parliament debate with Sushma Swaraj in 2013, where both invoked poetry to make the point. One of the most memorable exchanges on the floor of the House.
हमको है उनसे वफा की उम्मीद जो जानते नहीं वफा क्या है
कुछ तो मजबूरियां रही होंगी यूं ही कोई बेवफा नहीं होता
After Narendra Modi's big win in 2014, Dr. Manmohan Singh played the role of the opposition's conscience keeper, cautioning the government on the economy, demonetization and other crucial issues.
Scheme of monetization, the way it has been implemented, will hurt agricultural growth in our country, will hurt small industry, will hurt all those people who are in the informal sectors of the economy.
As his health deteriorated, Dr. Singh was rarely seen in public. His last political appearance was during a no-trust vote in Rajya Sabha in 2023, when he was brought in on a wheelchair. Manmohan Singh was never a typical politician for a man who was often called an accidental prime minister. Dr. Singh was at the helm for 10 long years, a tenure that left a lasting impact.
A gentle, shy Prime Minister who has left an indelible mark on the landscape of India. Over the years, NDTV had the good fortune of interacting with Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Take a look at the interactions NDTV had with former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh.
As I said, I did not plan a political career, but accidents happen in life. Oh, I am in the system. I think, as I said, I came from outside the system. I'm wanting to become a part of the system. That transition takes time, but I think it is taking much smaller time. I had something to offer which might help to get the country moving once again, and fortunately it worked that way. Have a meeting to go to, I turn up in time. I think even in a party for us, I think you can set the clock by my arrival there. I insist, and that sometimes shames people, but I can't really force everybody, for example, to fall in line.
This whole chalta hai attitude must be, doesn't it trouble you that, we
it does trouble me.
Elections के बारे में पहली बार इस रेस में आया हूँ, मुझे इलेक्शन लड़ने का तजर्बा नहीं है, आप कांग्रेस के वर्कर्स हैं, ये इलेक्शन आप ही ने लड़ना है. I thought I wouldn't last as finance minister for a long time. After many people make determined effort to dislodge me also.
Well, I don't want to mention my humble background. I don't want the country to take a pity on the basis of my background. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं, तू मेरा शौक तो देख, मेरा इंतजार देख.
I call myself an extinguished economist. People call me a distinguished economist. I said I am a distinguished, an extinguished economist.
Well, the service of the people of India is a great honor and a great privilege. And let me say, I have enjoyed every moment of it, even when we have done well and even when we have not done well. Well, I've said that if the deal does not go through, that will be a disappointment. But in life, one has to live with many disappointments. I think I've always prayed to God to give me the courage. Somebody described courage as grace under pressure. I've tried to acquire that equanimity. I have said that this is a rare privilege. I am a politician by accident, and I became a prime minister by accident. But having been put in that chair, I've always regarded that political power is a societal trust. And the best way to deal with it is to spend it, and spend it for the good of the people. If I am satisfied that what I am doing is for the good of people, that is itself a big reward. I have been in politics now since 91. That's a long period. To be honest, I don't sleep well all the time. When you are the Prime Minister of a country of 1 billion people, what you do and what you don't do has consequences for 1 billion plus people. And that is an awesome responsibility. Many times I doubt what I am doing and thinking is the right course of action. So not sleeping well is part of the process of politicians placed in my position. I have been in politics and I have learned a great deal. I have believed life is one long, continuous process of learning and relearning. And every year of my life, I have learned something new, which I regard as a very rewarding experience.
My colleague Ishika now joins us from outside the Congress headquarters, the man who spent his entire life as a part of the Congress party politically. I mean, as he was saying in those archival footage, an outsider who was trying to be an insider became an integral part of the Congress party in the later half of his life. Ishika, at this moment, of course, it's a big loss for the country, but for the Congress party, they have lost a stalwart. What's the plan as far as the Congress party is concerned to pay tribute to Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Well, Ankit, as you rightly mentioned today, it is certainly a big loss for the country, but it is bigger loss for the Congress party. Now, currently, Ankit, we are reporting from the Congress headquarters, and what we are getting to know that at around 5:30 today in the evening, the CWC, that is the Congress Working Committee members, will be gathering here, and they will be gathering here to pay homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh today itself. Now, not just that, let me tell you that, it is expected that 8 a.m. tomorrow, Manmohan Singh's mortal remains will be taken from his residence and will be brought here at the Congress office, so that the public and also the Congress workers, they in fact, have the opportunity to pay their tributes here. So certainly it is in fact, a very big certainly loss for the Congress party. We saw how in fact Rahul Gandhi also said that he has lost today a guide and a mentor, and it is the same story for every Congress worker, for every Congress leader out there, and that is why we are in fact getting to know that at 5:30 p.m. today, the Congress Working Committee members, all permanent and special invitees, will be gathering here to pay their tribute, to pay homage in fact to Manmohan Singh, to the late Manmohan Singh, who was in fact a very integral part of the Congress party and the Congress, and bringing Congress to at such a level in the national politics. So to you.
That's right. Of course, he has left an indelible mark as far as India's political, economic, even other foreign affairs. Under Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, there have been significant developments and achievements under former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. But Ishika, let me also very quickly ask you at this moment, as tributes pour in, not only from the Congress party, but across the political spectrum, across, in fact, the length and breadth of the country and globally as well. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, people still remember, even at the wheelchair, he was somebody who went to the parliament to fulfill his duty, when he was the Rajya Sabha member. Prime Minister Modi also, in fact, praised Prime Minister Manmohan Singh for doing that. Somebody who led his life with utmost integrity.
Well, yes, that's right, Ankit. We did see that even till the end, he did not forget to deliver his duty. And as you rightly mentioned, the last picture, of his in Parliament, we did see him, how, in fact, he was in a wheelchair. And Prime Minister Modi at that time, he appreciated Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh, for coming, even despite being in that condition, just to deliver his duty. And not just that, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, if we talk about the tributes that are pouring in, it is across the party lines. These are the leaders from every political party who, in fact, even, his critiques, today they are also, in fact, crediting him for all the work that he has done as the finance minister of the country and as the prime minister of the country. We have seen how even every Indian today will also be remembering his work as the finance minister of India, because remember, we have seen how he did, in fact, give a lot of contribution when it came, to the economic development of India as the finance minister, and that is how the country also, every countryman today are remembering him. So far as the Congress workers are concerned, right now we have seen that the Congress leaders are there at Manmohan Singh's residence currently, because his mortal remains are there. But at 5:30 p.m., all the Congress workers also, they are also coming, going to gather here. But the CWC members, that is the Congress Working Committee members, they will be assembling here to pay their homage to the late Dr. Manmohan Singh for all his contribution, not just to the country, but also to the Congress party that he has done in his entire life. And tomorrow, we are expecting that his mortal remains will be brought here from his residence, so that tomorrow every citizen, whoever wants to come here to pay their tribute, they can come, and also every Congress Karyakarta can come and pay their tributes to him for the last time. Over to you.
Thank you so much for joining us at this moment. In fact, Ishika, for all those details. Let me, at this moment, go across to noted economist Mr. Urjit Patel, former governor of the Reserve Bank of India. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time out and speaking to us here on NDTV. Let me start by asking you, sir, you've served as the governor of the RBI, an institution that also saw Dr. Singh at the helm of its affairs, many years earlier. How do you remember Dr. Singh today? Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
My apology.
Thank you, sir.
At the outset, my condolences to the family of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and thank you for inviting me. I think Dr. Manmohan Singh was rightly described as the architect of our reforms. In fact, the current discourse on Viksit Bharat is actually based on the past 30 years of very positive outcomes for our country, which have been embedded on account of the changes we undertook in the 1990s, starting with the 91, 92, 93 reforms that Dr. Manmohan Singh oversaw. And the clarity of vision he had for those reforms, and the detailed execution of those. The two most important changes, and actually there were many more, but we are on a television show, so we we opened up to the global economy. 30 years ago, we were one of the most closed economies in the world, hard as it would be to believe for many of the viewers. We had an exchange rate that was not market-based. We had some of the highest customs duties in the world. We actually had import controls, which means you couldn't import many things. And we opened up to foreign capital. Foreign capital is important not only for the money, but the knowledge that is embedded in that. And that has helped us increase our investment rate and the very creditable growth performance over the last 30 years. So that's on the external side. Domestically, we had a system of the license permit Raj, where entrepreneurs and businessmen couldn't actually make what they wanted, when they wanted, and how much they wanted. So these two things got dismantled in the early 90s. And at the heart of both these is that prices became an important marker of the allocation of resources in India. Prior to the 1990s, prices played a far less important role, in fact, was secondary. And the government used to direct everything, including how many dollars you could buy and at what rate. So these are the two most important reforms of the early 90s. And
right.
In fact, the establishment and the constitution of the unified GST has its legacy in the indirect tax proposals of that time. And over the years, decades, we have done that. Your younger viewers wouldn't know, but people my age, that Dr. Raja Chelaya wrote very important tax reform proposals, and the culmination is the GST.
Sir, it will be great for our viewers. I'm sure you've had an occasion sometime to, in fact, interact with Dr. Manmohan Singh. As a person, he was always very soft-spoken, very calm in his demeanor. If you could recall some interactions with Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Yes, I used to professionally meet Dr. Manmohan Singh when I was at the RBI, and he was on the Parliamentary Standing Panel on Finance. And either before or after the committee's deliberations, he would see me for a few minutes. He was always very supportive of the RBI, having himself been a distinguished governor of that important institution in our country. He was aware of the challenges that a central bank faces, especially in an emerging economy. But his respect for the RBI's technocratic work was something that he used to tell people, including the members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance. And that is something he could do with credibility because he worked in that institution as governor. So his support for the RBI was much appreciated by me and the colleagues before me and after me. And that is something I cherished at the time. And of course, I agree with you that he was soft-spoken, but he really used to enjoy talking economics.
Yes.
He always talked about the Indian economy whenever I met him. Not necessarily the topic that was in the finance panel. What struck me is that he was as up to date as anyone could be. And one always came away with a feeling that I perhaps learned more than he did from our conversation. So he really was an outstanding professional in all the various roles that he played in the life of our country.
Absolutely, a man of exceptional intelligence, integrity, Dr. Manmohan Singh. I remember, when you had resigned as the governor of the RBI, Dr. Manmohan Singh had reacted, and at that point of time, he had said that, it's a severe blow to the nation's economy, and he also said many fantastic and kind things about you as well.
Yes, well, he's a thorough gentleman. I mean, and good people do that, and he was the best in terms of being a human being, and he also, I think, appreciated the technocratic contributions of fellow economists, and in some way I fitted that bill. So not only I, but also others got on very well with him. He was extremely open-minded, generous with his time, and very helpful. I mean, even before I became deputy governor and governor, he would, when I would request, he would give me a reference. So he was that rare being.
So thank you so much for taking the time out and speaking to us, remembering Dr. Manmohan Singh, former India Prime Minister. Thank you so much for giving your time to NDTV. We are slipping into a very short break at this moment. We'll come back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, We are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
The nation is mourning one of its most accomplished son, a man of high intelligence, integrity, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. I'm being joined at this moment by Mr. N.K. Singh, Dr. N.K. Singh, former chairperson of the Finance Commission. a parliamentarian who had the privilege of working very closely with Dr. Manmohan Singh. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for joining us at this moment. As the nation mourns the passing away of one of his greatest sons, I was just reading, and he worked very closely with you at IEG where he was the president. Handing over the reins to you, he said, I want to, in fact, recommend my trusted friend and aide N.K. Singh. How do you remember him today?
I remember him in multiple ways. I remember him, most important, as a kind, gentle, compassionate mentor. From the very first day when I met him in 1971, much before he had joined the Indian government, I remember him from that time. He was working at the UNDP at that time. And then he came to the Ministry of Commerce as economic advisor in the Ministry of Commerce. He came at a time when India was in the throes of much greater regulation of imports and exports. He recognized that this was also a phase of Indian economic history, and that he gave very sagacious advice in the Ministry of Commerce. Thereafter, he went as chief economic advisor to the Ministry of Finance in 1972. Our paths would repeatedly cross, but most important, our paths crossed once again. And he became the finance minister, and I was looking after the negotiations with the IMF and the World Bank. At that time, I remember that when I went to call on him, he said that he would wish to reshape India's economic landscape, India's economic architecture. He would do away with the shackles of the past, which had prevented the nation from realizing its economic potential. He was alluding to the far-reaching budget of 91, which he was to unravel thereafter, with changes in trade policy, with changes in exchange rate, with important structural economic reforms, and doing away with the debilitating economic regulations which we had. I then continued our relationship in Parliament, when I was a member of Parliament, when he was a Prime Minister. At that time, I remember of how short his intervention used to be. Sometimes people misunderstood him, that he did not speak adequately and often enough in Parliament. But whenever he spoke, and chose to speak, across the ideological divide, they heard him with rapt attention because they realized the sagacity and the wisdom. This relationship continued till the very end, when he was generous enough to suggest that I succeed him as the president of the Institute of Economic Growth, which he was before me, which I continued to have. I remember him for his kindness, for his generosity, for being not only trusted friend, as you said, but someone who was a mentor to me in the decades which I had the privilege to serve in public office. That's how I remember him. I remember him a man driven with compassion, wisdom, empathy for the poor, and seeking to improve India's economic growth trajectory.
Dr. Singh, let me ask you this. Like you said that sometimes he was misunderstood. People used to call him names because he was very soft-spoken, did not speak as much. As the Prime Minister, his mark has just not been on Indian economy, but also on our foreign affairs. Everybody remembers the India Civil Nuclear Deal, Manrega. So many aspects of India has been, in fact, touched by Dr. Manmohan Singh and his leadership. I remember him very famously saying that contemporary media and his opponents may not be, but the history will be kinder to him. As an ultimate outsider who came into the Indian political spectrum, went to the top, how do you judge that, see him, in terms of how history is going to remember him?
Well, he never rubbed his office or his wisdom on your face. He was a humble man, a reticent man, and therefore an often misunderstood man. So I must say that you must see two parts to it. As finance minister, he faced immediate India's balance of payments crisis and how to prevent India's fair reputation of not defaulting on debt. And he's seeking and receiving the full support of Prime Minister Narendra Rao, for instance, in the devaluation of the rupee, for which there were two elements to it. And notwithstanding the reservations of the then Prime Minister persuading him to carry this forward for India's long-term economic growth. That was to deal with the economic crisis. And that was when the fullest support of the Prime Minister. When he became the Prime Minister himself, his interest in India's continued economic growth remained as fervent as ever before. But with one big difference. There was no crisis. There was also the issues of whether he would receive the full support of ideological divide, full support in his own party in undertaking many audacious reforms which were annual. So there were two different phases of Dr. Manmohan. Phase of the crisis, phase of the consolidation. But throughout all this, with a voice of sanity, of sagacity, of wisdom, providing mentorship to many in India and many abroad, whose appeal cut across ideological divides. And therefore, he was right. Today, we are talking about his legacy when he said, "History will be kinder to me," in the words which are being spoken today. Media, multiple channels, is part of history, which he had foreseen, that history would be kinder to me.
Dr. Singh, thank you so much for being with us here on NDTV and remembering Dr. Manmohan Singh, former Prime Minister. We're slipping into a short break. Coming back, stay tuned.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passed away at the age of 92. The entire nation is paying tributes to the former Prime Minister. We'll get you all the latest on the achievements, the mark that he has left on India as Prime Minister, as Finance Minister, as a noted economist and a gentle Prime Minister. Before we do that, let's quickly take a look at the headlines. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at the age of 92. He was admitted in the emergency department of AIIMS last night. 7 days national mourning declared for the late Prime Minister. Last rites tomorrow at Rajghat. Tributes pour in for late Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Leaders visit his residence to pay the last respects. Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to late Dr. Manmohan Singh, says his contribution to India's development is unparalleled. Condolences pour in from international leaders and dignitaries. World leaders remember the great champion, architect of India's economic reforms. Indian cricket team's ode to Dr. Manmohan Singh. Men in blue wear black armbands for former Prime Minister. Indian team's tribute on day 2 of India-Australia series. Former Prime Minister, noted economist Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away at the age of 92. He was admitted at the emergency department of All India Institute of Medical Sciences last night. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 14, a period marked by significant economic growth and social reforms. Manmohan Singh served as a finance minister in P.V. Narasimha Rao government between 1991 and 96, which was seen as India's era of economic liberalization. The policies framed in that era led to India becoming the world's fastest growing major economy. The dividends of that are still being reaped. As Prime Minister, he led the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, ending nuclear isolation, and introduced the right to information, right to education, prompting transparency in governance. His administration also enacted Manrega, aiming to provide employment to rural households, a game-changing scheme as far as the poor and rural India is concerned. Throughout his tenure as the finance minister, as Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh was gracious enough to give time to NDTV. Let's take a look, dig the archives and get you how the Prime Minister interacted on many occasions with NDTV.
As I said, I did not plan a political career, but accidents happen in life. Oh, I am in the system. I think, as I said, I came from outside the system. I'm wanting to become a part of the system. That transition takes time, but I think it is taking much smaller time. I had something to offer which might help to get the country moving once again, and fortunately it worked that way. Have a meeting to go to, I turn up in time. I think even in a party for us, I think you can set the clock by my arrival there. I insist, and that sometimes shames people, but I can't really force everybody, for example, to fall in line.
This whole chalta hai attitude must be, doesn't it trouble you that, we
it does trouble me.
Elections के बारे में पहली बार इस रेस में आया हूँ. मुझे इलेक्शन लड़ने का तजर्बा नहीं है. आप कांग्रेस के वर्कर्स हैं. ये इलेक्शन आप ही ने लड़ना है.
I thought I wouldn't last as finance minister for a long time. After many people make determined effort to dislodge me also.
Well, I don't want to mention my humble background. I don't want the country to take a pity on the basis of my background. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. माना कि तेरी दीद के काबिल नहीं हूँ मैं. तू मेरा शौक तो देख, मेरा इंतजार देख.
I call myself an extinguished economist. People call me a distinguished economist. I said I am a distinguished, an extinguished economist.
Well, the service of the people of India is a great honor and a great privilege. And let me say, I have enjoyed every moment of it, even when we have done well and even when we have not done well. Well, I've said that if the deal does not go through, that will be a disappointment. But in life, one has to live with many disappointments. I think I have always prayed to God to give me the courage. Somebody described courage as grace under pressure. I've tried to acquire that equanimity. I have said that this is a rare privilege. I am a politician by accident, and I became a prime minister by accident. But having been put in that chair, I've always regarded that political power is a societal trust. And the best way to deal with it is to spend it, and spend it for the good of the people. If I am satisfied that what I am doing is for the good of people, that is itself a big reward. I have been in politics now since 91. That's a long period. To be honest, I don't sleep well all the time. And when you are the Prime Minister of a country of 1 billion people, what you do and what you don't do has consequences for 1 billion plus people. And that is an awesome responsibility. Many times I doubt what I am doing and thinking is the right course of action. So not sleeping well is part of the process of politicians placed in my position. I have been in politics and I have learned a great deal. I have believed life is one long, continuous process of learning and relearning. And every year of my life, I have learned something new, which I regard as a very rewarding experience.
Ever since Dr. Singh stepped into politics as a Rajya Sabha member from Assam, his address, as mentioned in his affidavit, has been House number 3989, Nandanagar, Saurmitra, Guwahati, till his fifth term in Upper House, which ended on July 30th in 2019. In his 1991, in fact, affidavit, Assam's former Congress Chief Minister, Hitkeshwar Saikia, promptly agreed to host him and let out his house in Guwahati to Dr. Singh, which later became Dr. Singh's new address. The Singhs also got their names in the electoral rolls transferred from New Delhi to Assam. NDTV's Ratnadeep Chaudhary, report from the 2 BHK rented residence of Dr. Singh, and also spoke to the landlady of Dr. Singh about interesting anecdotes that they shared. Take a look.
Joining us at this moment from Guwahati is Hemoprabha Saikia, wife of late Hitkeshwar Saikia, former Chief Minister of Assam, and she was also the landlady of Dr. Manmohan Singh, former Prime Minister. How did Dr. Manmohan Singh actually, when he contested for Rajya Sabha from Assam, how did this entire idea of taking your home as rent came about?
Actually, at the time my husband was the Chief Minister of Assam, and Sri Narasingha Rao, he was the Prime Minister. And as a Chief Minister and as a Prime Minister, they have got already good rapport. And then when one time Prime Minister told my husband, the Chief Minister of Assam, that he wants to bring Manmohan Singh as a to uplift the economy of the state. So he discussed this thing with my husband. Then my husband said that easily he can send him as a member of Rajya Sabha from Assam. And the court also decided that he need not be the proper actual resident of Assam, but even if he has a residence in Assam, then he can easily become member. So my husband offered him that you can take in rent some rooms we have, and he can take it as rent.
Tributes have poured in for former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh across political spectrum. Prime Minister Modi also led, in fact, the government and the BJP in leading tributes for the Prime Minister. Leaders from his own party, the Congress, including Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, have also paid homage to the former Prime Minister.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के निधन ने हम सभी के हृदय को गहरी पीड़ा पहुंचाई है। उनका जाना एक राष्ट्र के रूप में भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। विभाजन के उस दौर में बहुत कुछ खोकर भारत आना और यहां जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में उपलब्धियां हासिल करना ये सामान्य बात नहीं है। अभावों और संघर्षों से ऊपर उठकर कैसे ऊंचाइयों को हासिल किया जा सकता है, उनका जीवन ये सीख भावी पीढ़ी को देता रहेगा। एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। एक अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में उन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर भारत सरकार में अनेक सेवाएं दी। एक चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में उन्होंने रिजर्व बैंक के गवर्नर की भूमिका निभाई। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी की सरकार के वित्त मंत्री रहते हुए उन्होंने वित्तीय संकट से घिरे देश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देश के विकास में और प्रगति में उनके योगदान को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। जनता के प्रति, देश के विकास के प्रति उनका जो कमिटमेंट था उसे हमेशा बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाएगा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी का जीवन उनकी ईमानदारी और सादगी का प्रतिबिंब था। वो विलक्षण सांसद थे। उनकी विनम्रता, सौम्यता और उनकी बौद्धिकता उनके संसदीय जीवन की पहचान बनी। मुझे याद है कि इस साल की शुरुआत में जब राज्यसभा में उनका कार्यकाल समाप्त हुआ, तब मैंने कहा था कि सांसद के रूप में डॉक्टर साहब की निष्ठा सभी के लिए प्रेरणा जैसी है। सत्र के समय अहम मौकों पर वो व्हीलचेयर पर बैठकर आते थे, अपना संसदीय दायित्व निभाते थे। दुनिया के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों की शिक्षा लेने और सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर रहने के बाद भी वो अपनी सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि के मूल्यों को कभी भी नहीं भूले। उन्होंने हमेशा हर दल के व्यक्ति से संपर्क रखा, सबके लिए सहज उपलब्ध रहे। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनेक विषयों पर उनसे खुले मन से चर्चाएं होती थी। यहां दिल्ली आने के बाद भी मेरी उनसे समय समय पर बात होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी। मुझे उनसे हुई मुलाकातें, देश को लेकर हुई चर्चाएं हमेशा याद रहेगी। अभी जब उनका जन्मदिन था तब भी मैंने उनसे बात की थी। आज इस कठिन घड़ी में मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को सभी देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
It's a very deeply emotional moment for me. I know he was ill and I know that he was not active, but I thought he will live for a few more years at least. As I am able to recall the life and work of Dr. Manmohan Singh and the period from 1991 till 2014 will be a golden chapter in the history of India. I worked closely with him for many years. I have not met a person more humble and self-effacing than Dr. Singh. He wore his scholarship lightly and never claimed credit for any of his historic achievements. In fact, the story of India turned after Dr. Manmohan Singh became finance minister. And the present middle class of India was virtually the creation of his policies as finance minister and prime minister. I can recount countless incidents. We had genuine empathy for the poor, and while his policies were liberal and progressive, he never forgot the poor.
You worked under Manmohan Singh when he was Prime Minister. How you remember Manmohan Singh?
Look, I remember him with a great deal of respect and a great deal of affection. I think he was a great Prime Minister and a wonderful human being. And those are the things that one has to cherish because, you know, after all these years, you remember people by everything that they stand for, everything they did. He pulled 10 million people out of poverty every year. He did so much in terms of his contribution to this nation. He kept us free from the global financial crisis when other countries were going under. He created so many laws that have benefited people, including the famous Narendra scheme. He is somebody for whom there's no list, no shortage of things we can point to. Why do people have individual bank accounts of poor people? He started them. Why do people have the Manrega scheme? He started it. Why do people have direct benefit transfer? He started it. But he never sought credit. He was thinking always of the future. Even in his 80s, he would talk about the impatience of the young, how important it was to respect the young, to think of the young in all the decisions we take. And that kind of mentality was very special. But above all, he acted with heart, with compassion, with humility, with honesty, tremendous honesty and integrity. Just an absolutely wonderful man. You know, when a good human being leaves, all of us are diminished.
And today's CWC meeting also, and Congress party क्या चाहती है सर कि कैसे उनको आगे श्रद्धांजलि दी जाए? क्या उनके लिए कुछ आप चाहते हैं, सरकार से मांग करते हैं, कोई पद उनके लिए स्मारक बनाने की या कोई अवार्ड देने की?
वो तो पार्टी बताए, क्योंकि वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग के अंदर ऐसे कुछ चर्चा नहीं की है, लेकिन कुछ न कुछ तो जरूर, मेरे ख्याल में इतना महान व्यक्ति जब जाते हैं, इसमें तो अभी राजनीति की बात तो थोड़ी है, मेरे ख्याल में सरकार कुछ न कुछ तो करना ही चाहिए.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
The death of Manmohan Singh ji is a great loss to the nation. He is an extraordinary person. He contributed so much for the nation building. He started his career as an academician.
We are being joined by Congress leader Mr. शक्ति सिंह गोहिल. सर, जिस तरीके से देखा जा रहा है मनमोहन सिंह जी गुजर गए, राष्ट्र के लिए एक बड़ा शोक का समय है. कैसे देखते हैं आप इन सब चीज़ों को? कोई ऐसा पर्सनल एनेक्डोट है जो आप उनके साथ याद करते हैं?
कहते हैं कि सदियों में कोई ऐसी हस्ती आती हैं जिनको लोग सालों सालों तक याद करते हैं. मनमोहन सिंह जी एक ऐसी हस्ती थे, विद्वान, अर्थशास्त्री. जब फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बने तो हमारा देश का सोना बाहर गिरवे रखा हुआ था, वो वापस ले आए. मेरे निजी तौर पे पार्टी के हिसाब से भी बार बार मिलना हुआ. लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन था गुजरात में, मैं वो प्रधानमंत्री थे. गुजरात के हित की कोई भी बात लेके जाते थे, शालीनता से सुन के तुरंत हेल्प करते थे. हमारे गुजरात के मछुआरे पाकिस्तान की कैद में कैद थे, हम आए, मिले, प्यार से सुनी बात और उसको छुड़ाने की तो कोशिश की। पर जब हमने कहा कि सर इसकी बोट्स जो है वो उठा के ले जाते हैं पाकिस्तान वाले, इनके ऊपर बैंक का कर्जा होता है, मछुआरों का परिवार पूरा परेशान रहता है, उनके लिए करिए। तुरंत उन्होंने स्पेशल पैकेज उन बोट्स के लिए भी दिया।
ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಮನಿದೆ. ಎ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮರ್, ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾನ್. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಆಳ್ದ ಅನುಭವ.
ये देश ने सिर्फ एक महान ज्ञानी को नहीं मगर एक नेक इंसान को भी खो गए आज। वो थे जो भी थे, पढ़े लिखे, इतना इवॉल्व्ड इंसान, मगर उनकी ह्यूमिलिटी, उनकी सब्र, उनका खामोशी कई बार सोचने लायक और सीखने लायक है।
हम उनका हमारे बीच से जाना न केवल एक देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है बल्कि मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत भी। वो दिव्यता, सौम्यता और विनम्रता के प्रतीक थे। वो भारत के इतिहास में हमेशा याद किए जाएंगे। जब देश हमारा आर्थिक चैलेंजेस से गुजर रहा था तो उन्होंने अपनी लीडरशिप को देश को दिया और मैं कह सकता हूं कि वो इंडियन इकोनॉमी के लिए आधुनिक निर्माता थे।
मैं इनके साथ वज़ीर था इनकी हुकूमत में और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को पहली दफ़ा हिंदुस्तान में रिकग्नाइज किया गया। ये वो एनर्जी है जो मैं समझता हूँ आगे के लिए मैं अपनी तरफ से, अपनी जमात की तरफ से, अपने ख़ानदान की तरफ से उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि पेश करता हूँ।
So many leaders from various political parties sharing their personal experiences, anecdotes, paying the tributes to former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, who passed away at the age of 92. We are slipping into a short break, coming back with much more. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new heights. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Shifting focus to some other stories. BJP Tamil Nadu chief Annamalai, in fact, flogged himself 6 times. He whipped himself 6 times as penance and a mark of protest against the DMK government in the state. Now, this is in protest of what had happened at the Anna University. A sexual assault case has been, in fact, registered after a girl complained that a person sexually assaulted her and also beat up her male friend. Meanwhile, there is massive politics which has erupted on the law and order situation in the state of Tamil Nadu, where the BJP says that the law and order is in complete disarray, while the DMK has dismissed these charges. Annamalai has now gone on and said that he will walk barefoot till DMK is ousted of power. Now, these are some powerful, optics that the BJP chief is indulging in. We'll have to wait and see whether he derives any political dividend out of this. Let me shift focus now to Telugu superstar Allu Arjun, who is accused in the Stampede case after a woman died in Stampede during the premiere of his film Pushpa 2 on December 4th. Now, he appeared through video conferencing before a local court. Allu Arjun, who was named as the accused number 11, also filed a regular bail petition in the court, which may come up for hearing on December 30th. The actor, who was arrested on December 13th in connection with the incident, was produced before the Namapalli court today. Tanushka is with us at this moment. Tanushka, what happened in this hearing at this, when Allu Arjun presented himself? Has there been any decision that has been taken on his regular bail?
Right, exactly, Ankit. So Allu Arjun's regular bail petition hearing was today, wherein the Nampally court, which is the lower court, has postponed the bail petition hearing to Monday. So the regular bail case will be heard on Monday, whereas the interim bail, which he has gotten from the Telangana High Court, for that the hearing is on January 10th. He's continued to be on interim bail. So his interim bail has been extended, and he was granted interim bail earlier when, after he was arrested from arrested in this stampede case at Sandhya Theatre. What we are also understanding is that his remand was to end today, and his remand is therefore also, for that also the hearing will happen on Monday only. So the regular bail case hearing is to happen this Monday, while the interim bail case hearing is to happen on January 10th.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Tanushka reporting there from Hyderabad on this story. Moving on now, Telangana High Court has extended relief for former Chief Minister KTR from, Minister, sorry, I beg your pardon. He's the son of the former Chief Minister. Now, KTR has been given relief from arrest till 31st of December in connection with the alleged irregularities in Formula E race case. The Anti-Corruption Bureau of Telangana had filed an FIR accusing the Bharat Rashtra Samiti, the BRS working president KT Ramarao, of alleged financial irregularities in bringing Formula E event to Hyderabad in February 2023. The case was registered under Prevention of Corruption Act.
I can hear you.
All right, let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's joining us with more details on this. Uma, relief for KTR there, but a pitched battle between KTR and Revanth Reddy continues.
So the KTR has in fact filed a quash plea in the High Court, and that has been now put up for hearing on the 31st of December, and the former minister had in fact filed a quash plea on the 21st of December after the Anti-Corruption Bureau filed cases against him in the Formula E case, where they in fact spoke about criminal breach of trust and misappropriation of funds and 55 crore rupees being paid unauthorizedly, so to speak, to the Formula E organizers. And the case had at that time been, he had got a reprieve from court saying that he will not be arrested till the 30th of December, and then the ACB was asked to file a counter on that case.
In fact, going across at this moment to my colleague Maria Shakil, who is going to speak to Union Minister Hardeep Puri on the sad demise of former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh.
And tributes are pouring in from left, right and centre for the demise of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Someone who worked with him is joining us live. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister. Sir, thank you for speaking to NDTV. You were an IFS officer, a diplomat when Dr. Manmohan Singh was there at the center of his power. As someone who worked with him, what are your memories of Dr. Manmohan Singh, particularly that he was seen as someone who staked it all for the civil nuclear deal with the US?
Thank you very much, Maria ji. In recalling the contribution of the late Dr. Manmohan Singh, I think what needs to be stressed is that behind his quiet demeanor was a very strong resolve. He came through as being very soft-spoken, and he also, I think, chose to express himself in soft terms. But when he had taken a decision after having convinced himself, I think he did not spare any effort in terms of resolute implementation. You mentioned the US-India civilian nuclear deal, and I think that is a case in point to illustrate this quality of his. I was then ambassador to the UN in Geneva. He stopped in Geneva overnight on his way back from the United States. It was clear almost from the minute the final phase of negotiations began that the deal would come in for a lot of criticism, both within the Congress party and from the left of center parties and indeed other political parties. But I think Dr. Singh was convinced that India's economic growth trajectory would require abundance of energy, and he was convinced that nuclear energy provided a possible solution to the energy problems of India. So when the opposition grew in momentum, he did not flinch. He chose to become even more determined, to the point that was reached that he was even willing to forsake the future of his government on that. And I think that strategy worked, and at the end the India-US bilateral civil nuclear energy deal went through. We also got an India-specific
safeguard agreement from the IAEA. We also got something from the Australia Club on chemicals. So I think that sums up the personality. Normally, you know, in the political world, which I am part of, it is very easy for us to take positions determining based on which side of the political spectrum. Was he your leader or anybody? But I think that's a short-sighted approach. What may have happened in the past, what is important now is that the economic reforms that he set in motion, first as finance minister, then as prime minister, they laid the foundation for the substantive work which was done post 2014 to take the economy to the growth trajectory in which we are today. Equally, India-US civilian nuclear energy deal laid the foundations in a strong way for a bipartisan political, economic, people-to-people relationship between the two world's largest democracies. And I think if we are able today to look at the relations with the United States in a manner which is free from the baggage and the prism of the Cold War, I think Dr. Manmohan Singh's contribution in that will have to be recalled with a great degree of admiration.
And Mr. Puri, his manners were often understated, mild-mannered Sardar, as he was often called, with a great degree of quiet humility. He was also the first Prime Minister from the minority community, the Sikh community. As someone who comes from the same community, what do you think his role has been for and the contribution to politics and the direction of policy of India?
Well, Mariaji, I will take you up on your words. When you describe Dr. Manmohan Singh as a mild-mannered personality, I think that mild mannerism is true. It's a characteristic. But behind that mild mannerism was also a very astute mind. He was an outstanding economist, a cerebral person, a deep thinker. And I think people make simplistic characterization that he was more an academic, more a civil servant, and less of an astute politician. I don't agree with that. I think the very fact that he moved seamlessly from a life in academia into very high-powered, high-voltage positions in the civil service. I mean, he was secretary in the Ministry of Finance, he was governor of the Reserve Bank, finance minister, and all those responsibilities he shouldered, being acutely conscious of the political realities around him. I mean, you could fault his style by saying, well, sometimes when he faced adversity, maybe he didn't speak up. But that was his choice. If he wanted to get something done, he perhaps realized that his style of navigating forward was better when he could get a consensus. So I must say that history will record him with great degree of admiration. And I think his contribution, as far as his being a member of a minority community, the Sikh community, I think he was a very proud Sikh himself. He studied in a Khalsa school, he went to Punjab University, got his matriculation, and then went to the United Kingdom to first the University of Cambridge, where he got a tripos in the first class honours, and then to get a DPhil from Oxford. I mean, and he was a devout Sikh all along. And I think the community not only respected him, the Sikhs still respect him, and he was, in all respects, he brought a great dignity to the office, and he was identified, and all like, sober, well-meaning people, whether Sikhs or others, identify with this kind of mature approach.
Mr. Puri, he certainly would be seen as an ultimate outsider who made to the top of the political office. A technocrat, who went on to be the Prime Minister of India. First time it has happened in Indian political history. How do you look at this transition? And as someone who's also a diplomat yourself.
Well,
a former diplomat.
Well, Mariaji, I would, I have some difficulty with these characterizations of outsider and insider. I'm not sure. I think what you are perhaps implying is that Dr. Manmohan Singh did not deliberately thrust himself or seek office. Yes, I would agree with that. But that is also the sign of a very mature statesman. Sometimes we tend to forget that individuals make history. I'm using a Marxian conceptology. Individuals don't make history in circumstances of their own choosing. The circumstances so produce. I mean, you had a situation in the Congress party. You had the late Shri Rajiv Gandhi. Then you had Shri P.V. Narasimha Rao. You had other leaders. You had some other tall leaders like Shri Pranab Mukherjee. But at that point of time, the fact that he was chosen in preference to some others who had served the Congress party with great distinction as well, to be the Prime Minister, I think speaks volumes for how he positioned himself. And I would say that he never sought office, but it was a sheer, by dint of merit, the fact that he was chosen as first economic advisor in the Ministry of Trade, then chief economic advisor in the finance ministry, then as he went to the international arena, he was director of the money and finance division of UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, after that he was a well-paid international civil servant. He left that and he came back to India. Then again, when he was heading the South Commission along with Malimu Nair, Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Secretary General. He chose to leave that to come back to India when his services were called. So he always answered that. So I think he's a very positive human being, understated, yes, as by contemporary standards of that time. Each age produces its own. There were more people with higher decibel levels around at that point. But his contribution is what will be recorded in history. And I think his services will be recalled with great admiration and affection.
And Mr. Puri, of course, you spoke elaborately about the civil nuclear deal. But, in the last 10 years, I mean, in his tenure as the Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, he was also seen as giving direction to India's foreign policy. Something that you see in terms of the, tributes which are pouring in from across the world. World leaders have great things to talk about Dr. Manmohan Singh and their personal equations with him. Barack Obama has tweeted about the Titan who's clearly put India on fast track. So when you look at his overall policy, foreign policy contribution, of course, he is talked about as an economist whose brilliance, of course, was known by all. But as someone who shaped India's foreign policy besides the civil nuclear deal?
Well, I think the contribution of a Prime Minister between 2004 and 14 should not be measured just in terms of the India-US civilian nuclear deal, because the deal in itself has not resulted in any commercial exploitation. I think the importance of the civilian nuclear deal lies in the fact that it was anchored in and produced a qualitative transformation and positive orientation to the India-US bilateral relationship. But apart from that, I think the fact that Dr. Manmohan Singh's efforts in terms of the Look East policies provided the basis on which the present Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, has developed an Act East policy, but also in other areas. I was ambassador to Brazil when he visited Brazil for the first time. This was the year 2006. And that was the beginnings of the friendship with President Lula. And India joined IBAS or IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa, a 3 democracies partnership. We became a member of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, which other countries like South Africa and others were added later. During the course of those 10 years, the interactions he had with different heads of state and government, the positive chemistry of that is now being reflected and it's pouring in. I just saw a tribute from the Malaysian Prime Minister, said that in his hour of darkness, he showed and extended kindness, which was not to be expected, what he was not expecting. But similarly, whether you are naming President Obama or the tributes which are coming in from other world leaders, these speak to the human qualities. And I think at this point of time, as the country mourns his loss, that is the sentiment on which I think we should remember the departed leader.
All right, Mr. Puri, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on what is clearly a lasting legacy of the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. With that, it's a wrap from me. Ankit, over to you.
Thank you, Maria, for that fascinating conversation. In fact, remembering Dr. Manmohan Singh, an intellectual, intelligent giant, in fact, who has left an indelible mark on every aspect of India. He will always be remembered very fondly. With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at the age of 92. He was admitted at the emergency department of All India Institute of Medical Sciences last night. He served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 14. Tributes pour in for the late former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Prime Minister Modi leads the nation in mourning. Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Condolences pour in from international leaders and dignitaries. World leaders remember great champion, architect of India's economic reforms.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This week on India Ascends. Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine